go. Oh, hi Terry. And how have you been? Oh, there's a large quest coming up in about half an hour. I've been just killing time until then. I think it's the last one for the living ship. Yeah, I know what you mean. Same here. I've been really iffy in these past couple of months. Absolutely. Now, let's do a little bit here, kill some time, and then we've got that autophage quest and that. Well, I think it's the last stage of the living ship. 5 of your friends today. Oh. Were they giving you a hard time? Social media is a little bit like a playground, Terry. You know, you're going to school and, you know, the kids in the playground, if they sense any kind of weakness or anything like that, they'll really, really, really rub it in. Social media can be like that. What they perceive as weakness. Personally, I don't. You know, just because someone is nice or whatever the case may be, as long as they're not toxic, you know, it's okay with me. So it's childish, you know, especially the likes of, you know, Twitter, well, X, I should say, and what's that other one? TikTok. Yeah. You see, they'll just kind of hang around for a while, and then when they're having a bad day, they'll just take it out on you. It's the usual stuff, you know. Social media is just a kind of hyper version of it, because there's no perceived consequences. Really? How did they know where they were? Oh my. You shouldn't be giving any information, Terry. Xbox Live, same thing. I meant that was just a few examples. Anything really. You know. As I said before, just take a firm stance. Anyone is even remotely toxic, cut them out straight away. That's all you can do. It always happens the same way. You know, just like kids. They'll all gang up and they'll... how could I put this? Try to make themselves popular or funny at your expense. Very, very childish thing to do, to be honest. And then again, social media was never really known for its wisdom or philosophy, was it? Facebook, yeah. Hi Papa, how are you? And hi Randy, and how have you been? Yeah, I decided to go mental on this freighter. So I built a pretty large section at the back. I will eventually have to do the other side for some kind of mess or cafeteria later. And I've been grinding on pieces here and there. So this is what I've done so far. And we have a big quest coming up. Where's that timer? In about 20 minutes. That's what I've been doing. We're kind of waiting for it. For that living ship. I'm excited to see that one. There it is there. Starboard. Yeah, another 26 minutes. So, this is what I've done so far. So this is the old one here. I've greatly expanded it. This is just a few slight changes. I still haven't gotten around to doing what the decorating in there because I'm not sure. Just a few tiny changes here. These. Yeah, I bought those earlier today on the store. You know that stuff you do the quest for Quicksilver. So, this is all new out here. So what I had to do is push the other room back so I could get this in. Here. So this is the same, but it had to be rebuilt. All of this was rebuilt. Now, This will go in 2 sections and probably a walkway out the back, but it will take some time. This will be a massive grind. My dad about it, and they said to make sure you tell. Absolutely, Terry. I'm okay. Politics chaos over here. Pretty much across the globe, but exceptionally bad in North America, alright, yeah. Oh, hi. Hi, Wolf. Oh, the usual. The usual. And you? How have you been? Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. You know, I don't tend to watch too much media. It's too depressing, to be honest. Although here it's pretty calm. I don't know what way the media portrays it. It's always been that way. It's who you open yourself up to as well, Terry. You know what I mean? You know, some of the friends you hang out with, to be honest, I remember one guy in particular, he was despicable. You remember you invited me to that party chat? You know, he was basically bragging about paedophilia. So, you were there. I cut him down and left. You know, horrible people. Oh, that's good. Nice, nice. I used to do a lot of that, but now I can barely move. Oh, nice. Absolutely, yeah, get some rest. Yeah, if it's your choice. I've always been one of those, I suppose. But I'm kind of, how would I put this? I'm kind of an omnivore, you know, meat or you know, other stuff. You know, there's these animals that can live on meat or, you know, grass and leaves and stuff. I'm happy alone or in a crowd. It doesn't really bother me that much. You got rid of them, yeah. You attract a lot of these people, Terry. But it's nice. It's not like, you know, it was maybe 3 decades ago, you know? Now you're guaranteed to meet some horrible people. These days it's common to be as nasty as possible. I went to the trouble to get my... Oh, your cert. You renewed it. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. The first thing I said to Lee, when she found out, I said I wanted you and Mark. Oh. Comfort people. Yeah. It's nice to have friends, Terry, and it's nice to be able to turn to people. But at the same time, you've got to be strong enough to stand alone, you know? Remember what I said? You know, people... You know, you'll meet some nice people, obviously, and you know, everyone is not there forever, you know? There's a certain kind of emotional, I suppose, independence that you need, you know? Yeah, trusted friends, you know? Yeah, absolutely, Randy. Because let's face it now, you know, maybe 70% of the people that you meet are not kind of friends material, to be honest. Maybe they've got other stuff going on or whatever the case may be. But especially social media, Randy, you know. The anonymity of social media really brings out the worst in people, you know. And now it seems to be a badge of honor, a kind of social media trolling thing where, you know, you can even get famous because you're being nasty, which is pretty strange. Well, basically that's how we all start off, Terry, you know, and then the other things come, you know, as I said. You learn to be independent, and then friends are a bonus, or, you know, whatever the case may be, but anyone that's toxic, you know, okay, maybe somebody might be having a bad day, whatever the case may be, you'd have to use your judgment on that one. But if there's, you know, a pattern of this bad behaviour, you know, you need to get them out of your life. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'll show you what I've been up to. I'll do a little bit on this. You see that timer? 19 minutes. We'll hit that when it's ready. So we'll just kill the next 15 minutes or so here. This is grindy, but I've done a huge amount of it. This part is new. As I said, I moved that back. So this is the quarters here. I'll still need a little bit more decorating later. You wouldn't believe how hard it is to get in those pieces on freehand. So basically like this all the way down, you can see I've still got a lot of work to do on these. So it will roughly be about 60 beds, which is more than enough, I'd say. But very, very time consuming, you know. Now, the other one on the other side will have to be the same side. That's going to have to be some kind of cafeteria or mess. I'll see what I can do with the pieces and see how I can work it out. It's a pity they don't have any archways on this in the building pieces. So I've put a door here. So once the other one is built, it's just a matter of, you know, hooking them up. So we'll keep it symmetrical, we'll keep it repetitive on the rooms. These are the hardest little buggers to get in, those ones there. But it's tedious, you know, fixing it together. That's a good one. So, yeah, that's this one. I've been kind of grinding away at the Quicksilver store doing the quests. There's only one a day. You know, getting little bits of pieces here and there. You know, suitable stuff. Yeah. Well, I should be able to fit a lot into it. I'll kind of break it up as much as I can. But, no, I thought, you know, God knows when I'll play this again, Randy. If ever, you know. So I might as well give it a good shot while I'm here, you know. Oh, that's what I'm here for anyway, the building. So now it's time to build. Yeah, the quests are still there. They're a nice side distraction. So, okay. We've got... How long is that little quest? Let me see... I think this is the last. I've done the other two for it, so this is the last one. But I'm excited to see the ship. Now, you'll see how nasty this is trying to fix this. So, the hardest one is these. I'll show you the process of this massive grind. With me, I like to get it really straight. It's just a thing I have. And then you've got to step back here. Well, that's not bad. That's good. And then there's that process over and over again. All of these, when you're doing, you know, this large stuff, it is very repetitive. But it's the little things that kind of make it, you know. A tiny home. I've tried on Fallout 4. Yeah, I've tried. Like some of the settlements were ridiculously big. That Vault 88. I don't know how that game could put up with that kind of abuse. But I built so much on that. You know, I was pretty much tell when it's going to go under. I brought it close a few times. Now, and this is so repetitive, it's not everyone's cup of tea to be watching this, but it is vital that I get this out of the way. What is it they say? No pain, no gain. Yeah? There. There we go. You see, the problem with this, you can freehand it, but you'll get some mods that even when you freehand it, it keeps the piece, perfectly lined. And the problem with this is when you're pushing from side to side, you're not exactly doing that. You're just pushing it out on a corner. So it can be pretty awkward to, that's not bad, to get it sorted. There's a mod on Fallout 4 called Place Anywhere, which is very, very good for that. The way it helps you is you spend less time, keeping it straight. No problem, Terry. And thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. And remember what I said? Yeah, if, be careful the new friends you make. Or if you are, invited to a party with another friend, just kind of sit back and, kind of read the room, see what they're like, before you get involved or invested in something. And if, the drivel they're coming out with is pretty toxic, then it's time to, just discreetly leave, So have a good one, Terry. Bye. Oh, hi, Hufflepuff. Pretty good, and you? How was your day? No problem. It's just something simple, really, and it's, it's the way to do it, really. People have a tendency on social media to show their true self. Well, in some cases, anyway. Maybe not all. Legos and birthday. Yeah, I know what you mean. When's the last time I went to a club? Oh my god. About 15, 17 years ago. I think it would have been around 2006 or 2008. I think that was the last time. That was the last of my party times. Absolutely. Yeah, they get a pleasure from that, Randy. But these people have always been around. It's just social media makes it really convenient for them, Oh, that's good. Oh, I'm sorry, I got a cold. Ah, well, hopefully you'll get enough time to rest and recover. Yeah, be sure to take care of yourself, Hufflepuff. Not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. Just in with my doc today, a few checkups, that kind of thing. So, yeah, nothing serious. Still on this bunch of new medication, but I should be over it in about a week. About the same, about 17 years for me, yeah. About that. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have the same appeal anymore. Anyway, when you're much younger, I don't know, there's more of a kind of circle of friends, I suppose. Well, you have the energy for it as well. Then, as we get older, there's other responsibilities that, take precedent, and yeah, the friends you have when you're quite young, well, maybe some people can keep some, but they all drift away, don't they? The whole going out thing for me would have been, a kind of mingling, that kind of social interaction. Without that, it's just, going for alcohol, and that's, well, that's not a good thing. Yeah. Nice. Get your rest, yeah. Now, let's see. Yeah, we've got probably about 10 minutes before this quest. You see, I need to get up. I need to look down on this. There it is. It's not the worst, I suppose. There. Yeah, I've had a little bit of practice with this today. Although, they need a few things on this. Like some way of... some kind of mode that isn't exactly freehand that would hold the stuff, you know, dead straight. Oh, hang on. This just makes it a little bit more inconvenient. Well, this is mostly a freehand thing anyway. There, where is my lamp? There it is. So you see how tedious this can be. Imagine doing this in a huge settlement, but that's how they're put together. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. I know what it's like to barely have enough time to sleep. It used to get to the stage for me, I didn't even have time to lunch properly, you know? I need to go home so early. Asked if I work in the morning. I respond no, just like being at home. Yeah, me too pretty much, you know? It's okay maybe when you're a bit younger in your 20s, even your late 20s. But it does kind of lose its luster a bit. You know, you've got work, you've got other responsibilities. I suppose an odd time, you know, maybe somebody's birthday, something like that, it's okay. But to do it regularly, it depends, I suppose. I'm too old for that now. Go maybe once every 3 to 7 months, depending on work. Yeah, for certain things, yeah. Yeah, not to mention it's expensive everywhere, yeah. In ages. Ah. Oh. A blocked message. It was probably a spam bot, Hufflepuff. You know, the guys that tried to sell followers and things like that. You know that? Do you remember those guys? Yeah. A wise bot will stop bots from coming on. Yeah. Hi, Red. How have you been? And what have you been up to? Yeah, if there was a blocked message coming up, it just stays for a split second. And then it says a timeout thing. Yeah, it'd probably come up. I didn't notice it. Yeah, so it was probably these unsolicited bots, you know, coming on, advertising, selling followers and viewers and all that kind of stuff. I don't know, it would defeat the purpose, wouldn't it, if... yeah, you had to do it that way. It does, yeah, it does. Well, I go out a lot then, if that's the case. No, I didn't see any messages either. I thought I might have missed it. I'm legendary for missing things on this. But if you do see something coming on for a split second and then being removed quite quick, in like less than a second, it is absolutely Wisebot taking out, you know, one of those advertising bots. Now, okay. Oh, let's see how close we are to that quest. Just 5 minutes, guys. Okay, I've lined this up now. This is the hard part coming up. I hate doing this bit, but it has to be done. So, let me see where are those. Yeah, I'll do this over the next bit of time I have off as well, because it is really time consuming. No, I have a kind of system for doing this. I'm using this to keep it, you know, kind of straight, but that will have to be, yeah, something like that would be okay. You see, I can see how much it's off there. This is something like that, but you see, that's the problem. There, that's more like it. That would probably work there. Now we've got to line this guy here. Once one of them is incorrectly, the other one should be a breeze. You see what I mean about this? And whatever it is about Microsoft controllers, there's no really, you know, small movements. It's always a larger one. Yeah, there we go. It's a bit off, you see that? Yeah, that's kind of killing me, but it actually needs to be turned a tiny bit like that. There we go. And then we can close it in from there. There. Let's have a look at that. Ah, that's not too bad, is it? So that's how it's done, guys. Slowly. Tediously. Speaking of bots and scams, Croc, I sent you a message. Oh, sorry, I didn't see it, yeah. I don't think I was in Discord today. Thought of the weird situation, a little suspicious. So tell me. Yeah, I won't be able to access it from here. I'm useless with tech. I have to use my Xbox and go through it that way. Was it, did somebody contact you with some kind of deal too good to resist kind of thing? I've seen so many scams. Yeah? Yeah. We've gotten rid of about 4 or 5 scammers from Discord. Discord, you see, is open to join, so you got people that come in, they'll join. I'll have a quick look through the lineup of people, I'll contact them all, trying to sell them art. That was a good one for a while. You know, literally contact them and trying to pressure them into it. So we even put up rules. Well, actually, it was Lucy put up the rules in that one. Then a couple of people was contacted by someone. They'll join and then they'll go. You can set up a Discord thing and just, you know, throw it away and do another one. Stuff like, oh, is this your tag? Well, somebody using your tag to conned me, kind of thing. I don't know how that one goes. But apparently looking for money. Yeah. The most common scam on Twitch, Randy, would be so-called art creators. Well, some of them are legit, but the vast majority are nasty. Either they'll charge you money for emojis and stuff and never deliver, or, even worse again, well, there's another thing they can do. They can give you emojis that were already free on the internet, you know, and give you those, or, even worse, they can give you some copyrighted emojis and stuff that could get you into trouble. So, yeah, never a good thing. Well, the reason I suppose why they're thriving is there's a few companies that do emojis, and they're shameless. No, 50, 60 bucks for an emoji, that kind of stuff. Yeah, they need help. Never click on links. Absolutely, yeah. There it is, guys, it's ready. The hardened shell. Paying for mods is one thing, but paying for mods is sketchy, yeah. There's companies you can go to, they're legit, but legally they're legit, and they will give you something, but to say they're overpriced is, it's a joke. Yeah. Simple little emojis like 40, 50, 60 bucks, you know. Basically taking advantage of, young people coming on, maybe, trying to set out a channel, having dreams of doing something like that and preying on them. It's despicable, to be honest. Yeah. But it's still despicable. The stuff I've seen them sell for 50 bucks, there's other websites you can get much better for free. I do know there's a ton of guys got together and they do a lot of stuff for free. So yeah, it's a scam. Well, the internet is the ideal environment, isn't it, for scamming? I could be 5,000 miles away and scam money from you. Probably, even if they found out who I was, there's probably no kind of extradition or anything, and I'd just walk away scot-free. Yeah. So, don't buy anything off the internet. Absolutely, yeah, and they're not the worst of them. There's much worse than those guys. There's some really dangerous people on the internet as well. I remember, I think it was back in the early 2000s, about 20 years ago, there was a big crackdown on PC on Steam or something for, people looking to friend the younger people, if you know what I mean. Yeah, despicable people. It was a big crackdown. So, they all went into hiding. But most of them actually went to the servers on the likes of Sony and Microsoft, on the online games. I remember on one in particular, it was Black Flag. It was infested with predators, and Ubisoft would do zero about it. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, okay, we've got the quest going now. Let's get rid of the junk we have. There it is. Now, I'll tell you what happened, actually. Yeah, I put that in storage and it duplicated, so I'm keeping both for a while. Oh, hi, Gazoo. And how have you been? What have you been up to? So, we're almost ready, guys. Just put this junk in storage and then we'll see what this ship is like. We've also got that autophage quest, whatever that is. So, I thought with that last quest we were at, then we probably were. But there's been... this game has been out a while, there's so much extra content on this. There's probably much more to do. I tried the short-range teleporters here, so they don't work on the ship. They must be for settlements, maybe on the same planet or something. Probably. They were a bit bulky and cumbersome anyway. Nice, nice. So you've been kept busy. We'll just put that into storage for a little bit. And those two. Yeah, I've done a massive purge here as well on the junk I wasn't using. I'd be surprised how much of this should actually use. Yeah, where did I put that living pearl thingy? Okay, it's probably here. Yeah, it is. Perfect. Right, we are ready, guys. Right, let's get a save in. And we'll do this little pulse thing. We'll do it in the other galaxy. Here, I'll use this. Here, I better put up a new one of those later. That was just a temporary thing. Spreading joy. Nice. Commendable. To cooperate, yeah? Oh, it's nice to see you found something that makes you happy. Something to get involved in. It's always good when you find something like that. You know? Yeah, we're good. Okay. We'll do it from down here, from the other galaxy. But the second I get rid of these two quests from here, we'll move the ship permanently over. Now, I wonder what this living ship... I reckon it's probably like it's probably like the exotic ships. You know, they're all the same, but maybe you can probably get little tiny variations or colors probably. Well, we're gonna find out. Personally, I think they're all the same, but there we go. Yeah, as I said, one of them duplicated. I left the egg in storage on the freighter. But there's no way you can tell me that's part of the quest here. Where is it? Yeah. There's two of them. And that's active. Yeah, so I'll probably have to sell that after. Right, let's go. Not to send me anything on my ban list. Oh, I see. There's oh, there we go. Yeah, this is the guy we need. Here, let me allow that. Twitch is stopping everything. There we go. There's an algorithm on YouTube. If you just watch one video of something, it will spam you with them. Now, that's simple enough, but that's the kind of echo chamber I'm talking about, you know? But they just want you to watch as long as possible. If you show any interest in anything, they'll spam you with that kind of stuff. But what you can do, Gazoo, you can click on that and you can tell them to stop sending you similar stuff. There's the option to do that on the right hand side. Yeah. Which is not too bad, I suppose. Not to show you any more videos like this. Yep. See, what they're trying to do is they're trying to find what your favourite thing is. They want you to watch as long as possible. So, I can kind of understand that. Here we go. Okay. It's another solar system. Right, let's get our ship. I'd imagine this is the last phase of it. I've done the other two, well, yeah, yesterday and the day before. Quit socials, yeah. Yeah. It is absolutely persistent. Yeah. So you're saying even if you tell them not to send you those videos, they'll just do it anyway. Makes sense. Yeah. And Fallout. So where are we going? Okay, where's that egg thingy? There it is. It's just over there. Let's go. Oh, it's a pirate dissident. So, once we get the egg thingy, guys, we'll have to check the ship as well. That's unfortunate. But still, something for us to do. Yeah, every time I land in one of these sections, you know, if it's pirate or 3-star and it's dissident, yeah, I've got to check for that ship. Who knows, that could be the lucky one. Lucky if we don't see a battle when we get here. We'll grind that one out in a second. Yeah, so it's on that planet. I bet that's the dissident one, is it? Let's see. Come on. Copper, it's not. So, we first need to visit this here. Pirate station. And then we'll get that. Then we'll check for the other ship. I did about 3 or 4 of them, you know, while I was off with no luck. There's only certain quests I'm willing to take for this guy for the time being. We'll just check him and see. No. All there is. Right. We'll do that when we get rid of this, what's the name of the system anyway? Actually, we'll do it now. Yeah, we'll do it now. I need those cargo bulkheads, and we have to do these quests eventually for this guy anyway. I just thought I'd kind of cherry pick, you know, get the stuff we need as well. Now, how do these work again? Yeah, I think we gotta do the kill the 4 ships, isn't it? The bounty mountain, the pricing. Okay, we'll get this out of the way. We'll mix it up a bit. Then we'll get back to that one. Destroy the trader starships and seize the silk. Yeah, I was attacking the starships before, but it's actually the 4 of the fighters. They can bug out big time where one of the fighters doesn't come out of the hold. Well, we'll see. Usually if you keep well back from the starship, it's not too bad. Deep space plunder. Oh, it's there already. Okay. Now we'll see if we can get through this quickly. Only 2 achievements left in this game now to get to the center of the galaxy on Survival, which I'm on. Should be easy enough. And then do Pyramidette, which I'll do some other time. Okay, where's this ship? Talk about vague. Okay, we'll hit a few of these. See what I mean? See what I mean? There, we might be able to get out of this. I can just get to 4 of these and then we're off. They're very, very vague about what you need to do on these. See what I mean? One of them is stuck there on the ship. See if we can get him anyway. Got him. Sometimes you can't do that. Yeah, they look pretty bad, alright. They do. The procedural thing, yeah. I'd say to get the kind of uniqueness into it over such a huge game, be mind-boggling. Yeah, space battles. There's tons of stuff in this. Tons. Now let me just get something to drink, guys. Yeah, I was just getting the quests and stuff out. I mean to clear everything in this game before I move on. It's not much of a battle, to be honest, because I've maxed out this ship. And the quests can be a little buggy, to be honest. There it is. We got it. That's it, we're done. Now let's see if we can take out a few more of those little cargo pieces. See if I can max that out and then I can leave these poor guys alone. Oh, hi Tigger. And how have you been? Well, I hope. What have you been up to, Tigger? Yeah, we're still on No Man's Sky. I'm looking for, I suppose there's not a... No, none of those are cargo. That's kind of weird. Okay, let's just go back and get our reward. I think I got a few, actually. No, never even got a 1. I'm short about 15 for the next level on that. You can pick out a quest that's specifically for that, so it's not a biggie. Ah, trying to get some relaxation in. Just been busy. Busy's good. Busy's good. So, did you do anything for the holidays, Tigger? We had a long weekend there, but I don't really go out much anymore, so I didn't bother. Oh, hi, Par. Oh, my pleasure, my pleasure. And how have you been? What have you been up to? Oh, absolutely, of course. I hope she makes, you know, a good recovery. That can be, absolutely stressful. Absolutely, yeah. I went through it with my dad, Tigger, you know. I can absolutely relate. It's like a literal cloud that's hanging over you, you know? It is. It's a horrible, horrible illness. It's plagued countless generations of my family. This weekend, sorry to, it's always bad when that happens. Oh, hi, Young. Yeah, I found a nice little convenient quest there to get one done. But I'm going for that living ship. I think this is the last stage of it. And then I've got the autophage thing, and I've started to extend on the freighter with a large kind of sleeping area, you know, bunks for the crew and stuff like that. So I'm going to go all out on the building on the freighter. And then maybe an underwater or something. But you know me. We'll see how it goes. So, how have you been, Young? So, let's see what we have. Let's just get rid of that for a moment. Rightio. Starsoak. Huh. I thought we were supposed to hand that in. No, we get to keep the stuff as well. That's weird. Well, that's something, I suppose. It's used for building. Huh. Okay, we'll be keeping that one. What's that? Oh yeah, nanotube crate. They're pretty rare, but we won't need them here. That's sellable junk. We'll leave it down here. And those as well, just for trading. I've never used those for building, to be honest. But apparently they're there. Nice, and thank you for supporting Power, guys. Good, nice. Got new. Oh, yeah. You're still on the moving. Queen mattress and frame, computer desk for your brother. Nice. So really getting settled in. Yeah, yeah. I'm kind of excited. I'm daring to be excited for the redo, and it is a redo, guys. Absolute redo of Oblivion. But I will leave it out a while to see what it's like. I hope to do a good job. I've been stalking Croc for 6 years. It's been a while, all right. That follow game. Yeah, yeah. I remember when I first started streaming. I think I was streaming about a month-ish. And that's when I met Tigger. Apparently, I was the first person she ever followed on Twitch, and we've been friends ever since. No, okay. Let's go, guys. Oh, yeah. Let these pirates come. We'll just hang around here for a moment. Oh, hang on. This guy is a bounty. Where is he? You see that? He's worth 102. We don't need the money, but we're going to kill him anyway. I love it when the go into these asteroid clouds. You get a little bit of junk as well. There we go. That's the softest money we'll ever make. First voice, yeah. Oblivion, I love that game, Hufflepuff. It's a much superior game than Skyrim in story and immersion, absolutely. But I could be biased because it was my first Elder Scrolls game. You know, my God, I have a lot, or had a lot of time on that game. Yeah. The graphics, you know, for its time was cutting edge. You know, it wouldn't be much now. But there's some new guys, Microsoft gave it to them, took it from BGS. They're doing a full remake on that, on the Unreal 5. Tearing it right down and building it up again. So, yeah, I'm daring to hope that that might be interesting. But real life, yeah? True, Tigger, true. Been so long, yeah. It's been ages since I played. But I could nearly say I'll play the new one. Do you remember what I said before, guys? I would be excited for a remake of Fallout 3, New Vegas or Oblivion, if anyone except BGS was doing it, because I'd know what to expect. Apparently Microsoft knew as well. Yeah, I forget the name of the company, but I do know they worked as a support group for Phantom Liberty City thing from CD Projekt, and they've been around for a while, apparently. I think around 20 years. There's even rumours that maybe they want to start off their own company. So, you know, when they're doing this, they might be aiming to impress. Or at least drum up some more work from Microsoft. Yeah, this might be quality, guys, if we're lucky. It has, Young. They're an Asian company. They've got 4,000 employees. I think they've been around since 2020 or something. They've done work on a lot of big games, but as a support group. As I said, they worked on the CD Projekt and a ton of other stuff as well. It's been outsourced, yeah. And I'm happy it has been. You can imagine what BGS would do with that, Young. I'll tell you exactly what they would do with that. They would add some more flowers that pump up the graphics a little bit on the same engine. That cause a ton of new bugs. They will not fix the old ones, and they'll try and 3 creation club quests, and then they'll microtransaction the backside of it. You know, they're definitely getting it ready for mods anyway. I can tell you that. Would be an absolute disaster. But these guys have a reputation for doing good work. We'll see how it goes. But either way, I've retired from pre-ordering games now, to be honest. So I'll leave it out for a few months, you know, in case there's any bugs, you know, and I'll buy it on sale. I think that's the way to do it now. Yeah. It would have been a disaster. Now, let's see about the ship. Okay, we killed the pirate. Now, oh yeah, we've got to obviously, there it is there. Strange egg, blah blah blah. Okay, where is that, yeah, let's get out of this cloud. Oh, there it is there. Oh yeah, this is a dissident pirate system. We'll have to give it a once over for a ship in a minute. Actually, let's see what system it is. this guy might send me somewhere else. This is, okay, it's a pirate system and it's something Ripoi, whatever. Abanov Ripoi. Okay, interesting name. That's something we're gonna forget in a hurry. I can't get over your bubblegum machine ship. Oh, this one, yeah. It's pretty weird, isn't it? I'm trying for a new ship here now. Nah, we'll leave him go. You know what? You get these systems and... Nah, we'll leave him off. You get to these systems. See, he's just a big distraction. We'll leave him go. Oh, what was that? Oh yeah, you gotta love that. What is that? Weird. Huh. That is so weird. Huh. The usual. Right. We have got to go... How far is it? It's a good bit, guys. Alright. We're wasting our time using the ship. It will just keep changing it, so we're forced to do it the hard way. Cobalt, copper, all pretty usual stuff, to be honest. Scan a little bit on the way and watch out. That's good. What is that anyway? Weird. No, sorry, I've been missing the chat board. Cross channel is to have at least 3 body pains. At least. At a minimum. Sorry, I've been missing a lot of the conversation. Be right back, no problem, Tigger. Yeah, sorry. I have a habit of reading from the bottom. I should scan up. I haven't played either of the newer ones. No, I definitely haven't played Shadows. I heard it's meh, it's playable kind of thing. And the one before that was a bit of a cash grab. I heard it's very, very short. It's hard to know, to be honest. The amount of money that's sunk into this one, I don't know, I can't see them even hit 5 million copies with that. That's the problem. You know, games are costing so much to make now. They're, to be honest, maybe 3. You know, that's not going to even cover their expenses. It's looking grim for Ubisoft, to be honest. But it's a problem of their own making, really. You know, a combination of, you know, a kind of a stagnant kind of thing they had going for the longest time, and you know, mixed up with social politics and aggressive microtransactions, and you know, getting a lot of well, basically taking advantage of their player base. You know, so it's all coming home to roost now. Has been amazing. Yeah, people are going at it so hard. I know, let's say, you know, the Japanese are very, very sensitive about their culture, and the whole thing was, you know, approached very, very badly. They're always bragging that they're historically accurate and stuff like that. Apparently, they even got a guy in to, you know, to kind of coach them on it. Well, obviously, he was some kind of a scammer, because allegedly this guy was writing a book as well that he was trying to flog, and now he's disappeared. So yeah, I've never seen him being accurate on anything. Even on the Greek one, some of the stuff they had was off by you know maybe 500-600 years. But there's even some Chinese decal as well on that. But yeah, yeah, they do like to. I did see some of the cutscenes, kind of cringe, to be honest. You know, there it's gone. Yeah, Assassin. Well, a lot of people would say, since Black Flag, it's been going downhill in the shopping trolley pretty quickly, and they would probably be right. It's just had a slow down, and I think, now it's yeah, it's bad. PlayStation exclusives because Xbox will be having stream integration. Well, that would be a hub. And I think both of them have realised now that they need more money. But with more money comes more greed. Strange thing, isn't it? Yeah. Well, I do know, Microsoft would do better with their consoles if, they didn't make them so bad. Easy to break down, and their controllers are, well, I've never seen anything like them. If you're complaining that you're not selling Xboxes, it's maybe because, your controllers that's costing almost $200 are, just lasting a couple of months. So, they should have looking towards quality a bit, maybe. I know they might not sell as many, but, reputation is something you cannot buy. But I do know I'll never purchase their controllers again. I've had it with them. I've got, and I think everyone does, Randy. I've got an attic with maybe 40 or 50 of them. Button gone here, there, that kind of thing. And each successive one, there was a time when I could open them up and do something with them. But now I can't even do that, Troublesome. Oh, I'll take a photograph of mine, and I'll show you the state of them just after about 6 weeks. Oh yeah, and everyone I know has bags of them. It's even got to the stage where I think they were trying to pass a law here that stuff will have to be fixable. The likes of controllers and other things. But buttons going and stuff like that, after a couple of months, well, even if one of the buttons go, you can just throw the controller away. But these Elite 2s are the biggest piece of junk I've ever seen. Yeah, the A button will go pretty quick. And especially the bar ones, if you use something in the main attack for that. There used to be an old system, Randy, where it was done with magnetic kind of connection. They used to last forever. Do you remember those ones? And then they got rid of that because the controllers were lasting too long. Yeah, the heat pressed them, and now the actual heat from your hands, and they will peel like a ripe orange. Yeah, that was the way to go. They would last, even if you were playing it like mad, they would last like a minimum of 3-4 years, before you get it. And it got rid of the drift as well. Even if they charged a little more, and it wouldn't cost that much more to do, but the problem is, that means, you'll only need a controller, every, 3 to 5 years. Well, that's no good for them when you can buy 3 to 4 every year, when they keep breaking down. But as long as people put up with it, that's always going to be the way, isn't it? Yeah. Absolutely, yeah, yeah. I'll see if I can take a photograph of one of them, four of them in 1 year I went through. Yeah, I got two for presents, and you can kind of change them, but what's the point? You know, what's the point? Everyone is better off on PC anyway, to be honest. They're not hype for the next gen consoles. Over the last, what was it, 20 years, consoles have pretty much frozen with tech, while PCs are just pushing forward all the time. But there is one good thing, I suppose. When you get a game for them, it's optimized, but you're giving up a lot. But trust me, you're paying for that optimization. Yeah, let's get here as quickly. We'll see what this ship is like. I think this is the last stage of the quest. It's been going on 3 days. You do something and then they'd say you'd have to wait for this to be ready for 24 hours, but I think this is the last one. 900 and something. For goodness sake. What is that down there? Yeah, let's see what it is. No. In some countries there's a problem. Yes, they will change it, and they will send it back for free. But you've got to pay to send it to them, so, if you're sending it abroad, that can be quite expensive. And then they could say, well, we think that it's not our fault, it's your fault. And then you've got to wait for a month. So I think a lot of people wouldn't even bother, sending them back. Oh no, that's the plans to look like. Yeah, okay. Right, let's go. Yeah. Well, here, there's a 12-month warranty on something. Well, everywhere there's that, 12 months warranty. But I'm nearly sure here, if they sell it in the EU, it has to be 2 years. So there's that as well. I've never seen anyone actually take advantage of that yet. I know I haven't. But if you want to push that, yeah, by EU law it's 2 years. And if they want to sell their stuff here, they've got to abide by the law. Depends on the item. Do you know what a scam is, especially in wash machines and fridges and stuff? When you buy a wash machine and it says, free 5 years parts, yeah? But it's not the labour. So, you think that's a great deal, then it breaks down. So they give you the free parts, but then charge you maybe the price of the machine to fix it. So everything I get, even though they're a little bit more expensive, but not as much as you might think, it's got to have that 5-year parts and labour. You've got to register it online. So, you're free of any kind of worry, for 5 years. That kind of stuff. Yeah, that's the scam, the labour. Now, let's say, for instance, we'll just think of a number. Let's say you're buying a washing machine. Let's say it's $700, and it's got 5-year parts. What does you get scammed with the labour? By the time that 5 years up, you could buy 10. But let's say you buy something with 5-year parts and labour. Well, that's it. It might be maybe $1,000, $300 more, but it's absolutely worth it. Plus, when they know that they've got to fix it, they will make it quality. So there's the least chance of it breaking down. So you've got that as well. The other ones are just barely designed to last if they can for the 12 months or less. Cost you 25. That's not bad. Yeah, that was very reasonable. Here for a guy to come out, Randy, it's 50. Yeah, just for call out, it's 50. So if you get him to work on it, that 50 comes off. It's a call out charge. My washing machine broke down, and a friend of mine gave me a number of a friend of his. And apparently he was one of these repair guys, but he was a scammer. So showed him the machine. So I said, he wanted me to pull out. No, he said, I'll have a look at it. So he stood there for about 10 minutes with a book in his hand, reading out these numbers. 4, like, you know. I said, I can pull it out. I said, you can look at it. No. He said, you're grand. So after about 10 minutes, he came to me and he said, where did you buy it? And I told him, yeah, well, you know, you're better off, he said, you know, going back to them. So he wasn't prepared to fix it. Now, the whole thing about the call-out charge, if a guy has a $50 call-out charge, he can't do that unless he's prepared to fix it. So let's say the call-out charge is the top time wasters. So there's the $50 call-out charge. So let's say it's 200 to fix it. So he'll take the 50 off and then it's 150. That's the way it's supposed to work. But he said to me, oh yeah, that's 50 call-out charge. Now, usually I would have ejected him forcefully, but he was a friend of a friend. I didn't know. I told my friend later and he was very, very upset. But he wasn't prepared to fix it and he so charged me. It's going to cost you $342 to have someone come by. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But even for the extra money, you're better off getting something with a 5-year parts and labour. You know? I got one. What was it? I think it was Miele. It might have been Miele. And in the 5 years, it only had to be fixed once, Randy, and they came out to do it. And all it was the brushes on the motor in 5 years. And I think I had it for another 3 years after it, so it lasted about 8 years. It was quality, you know. Yeah, it was quality. And then I had it so long, and then I just got another one, you know, because after that length of time. So, you know, if that's included, you know, if that's going to be breaking down every 5 seconds, it's going to cost them a fortune. So they'll make it as durable and as good as they possibly can, so they don't have to come out to fix it, you know. The bell snapped. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, but I got a hot point fridge and washing machines, the biggest disaster ever. Within 2 months, the circuit board went. The month after that, it was the drum. The month after that, it was the seals. Then the month after that, it was the circuit board again. Then it was something else, and it was every month there was major fixing on this thing, and it was under the 12-month warranty. So I got really ticked off. So I complained to the company, and the company sent me out a new one to replace it. They didn't fix it this time, and I think they sent me a check for $50, well, euros, because of the hardship I've been through. Yeah. No, I couldn't stand for that. You know something only has a 12-month guarantee, but you expect to maybe get a little bit longer. But when it's breaking down every month. But sure enough, I think it went 6 months after again. I just chucked it out, and I never ever bought that brand again. Don't ever buy a Hotpoint. And every time the guy used to come to fix it, he'd be praising it. Oh, this has got an onboard computer to tell you what's wrong. I said it would need it as well. I said because it breaks down every week. It needs a computer. Yeah, he was praising it. I bought a frost-free fridge from a Hotpoint, and every week I would have to dig out blocks of ice from a frost-free fridge. And it said it was stainless steel, but it wasn't. That's false advertising. It was some kind of iron, and then it had some kind of tin foil over it covered with plastic. So That's definitely false advertising. It was advertised as stainless steel and it was not. That's like advertising a raw gold ring as gold. It's not. It just had a coating. Yeah, yeah. No, but once a company does that to me, I'm out. You know, that's it. And if I get caught again, then, well, that's my own fault. You know, it's their fault when they do it. You know, you didn't know. But if you let them do it again, yeah, it's your fault. Absolutely. Oh, dentist. Oh my. There's a dentist there back about 15 years ago. It's probably the worst dentist. Reminded me of Clouseau. You know, the kind of person that would fill the wrong tooth and do a really bad job of it as well. So you'd have to get it done again. That kind of idiot dentist. I don't know how they got their qualifications, but it wasn't here. It definitely wasn't here. On speed dial, yeah. But I had problems with a company before, and they started laughing at me. And I had well, I wouldn't call him a friend. You know, we did kind of know each other in school, but he was pretty high up on the government. And I think he sent him a letter on my behalf, and then they got kind of nervous, you know. And it wasn't for the money, you know. It's only a wash machine or whatever it is. Maybe the last one I think was some kind of video recorder. Yeah, it was a video recorder. It was a long, long time ago. You know, when they first came out, the DVD recordables. Oh, they were a big thing. They were really expensive. They just came out. Oh, they were like, wow, kind of thing. And it was delivered to me, and whatever way they packed it, the remote control got loose, and it absolutely, you know, really battered up the DVD player, massive scratches, all of that stuff. So I brought it back to their consumer desk in person. And I looked at it and I said, well, it's working. Yeah, I said, it's working. But I said, it's a disgrace. Well, you know, it's only a few scratches, she said. That wouldn't bother me. I know, I said, love, it wouldn't bother you because you didn't buy it. You know, if someone dents your car, I said, it's not going to bother me either. I bought something new. I didn't want this. Well, there's nothing, she said, I can do about that. Now, I know well that they were breaking every consumer law there was. So I cut to the chase and I got on to the guy. He sent him a letter and that was it. These companies must keep track on problem guys, you know. The guys, let's say, that they shouldn't, you know, mess about with. Yeah, yeah. Imagine if, you know, you bought a new car. I know it's different. And when it was delivered, it had a huge scratch, you know. Well, obviously that's not the way you wanted it, you know. And you didn't scratch it, they did, the company. And then you went back to complain and they said, well, you know, it's still driving. It's only a scratch. So what? It's frustrating. But now I just don't bother. But I still buy stuff from time to time. It's absolute junk. What can I do? I don't think I'd go that far again. But I wouldn't have going that far either. You know, I would have lived with the loss of everything. It was just her attitude, you know. And when I said, well, you know, this is not the way you should be treating customers, she smirked at me. You know, like, what are you going to do about it? So then I said, okay, let's play that game. Now, usually I wouldn't do the Karen and go that far. Although it was, you know, when you're being conned by a corporation, it's, you know, perfectly within your rights. But who has the time to mess about like that? Yeah. Yeah, it was just a way, it was just a way that, you know, like, you know, well, what are you going to do about it? You know, kind of thing. With a smirk kind of stuff. So I said, okay, we'll see. But if somebody really, really ticked me off, I think at this time of my life, I would chain myself outside their store and bring all of the media there. I absolutely would. Hey, it's legal, peaceful protest. I think if anyone, we should. We should definitely exercise our rights more, Randy, and not to put up with the toxic behaviour of corporations. The problem is there's not enough standing up, you know? Oh, there's an ongoing thing here, and it really ticks me off, Randy. You'll walk over to a store, and I've complained about it 1,000 times. But let's say there's something and it's $2.50, and it says it's on sale. It's now $2. And then when you check your receipt when you walk out, they've charged you $2.50. Well, there's like $2,000 fine for false advertising here. A consumer, yeah. Now they're all at it again. It did die down for a while. Are they doing that there with you as well? That really, it ticks me off. Now, whether it's accidental or not, it doesn't matter. One word from you to the consumer affairs here, and that's it. You know, just show the product, show the receipt, and on your phone just snap the thing. And I think it's not much. I think they fine them €1,500 or something. But what they'll be on the radar then, and the guy then will kind of come around doing spot checks on them. And I don't want to cause a scene. You know, it was only 50 cents. But it is the principle, you know. Yeah. So it's kind of hard to know to them, isn't it? It is confusing. If you buy a lot of stuff and the tax wasn't added, you wouldn't really, you know, it wouldn't be as easy to make in your head, you know. But I remember one lady in, well, one store. But there was just some ice cream. And, oh, this was a long time ago. And it said $5 half price. $5 was €5. It was a good bit, you know, about 20 years ago. So it was really expensive stuff. So it said half price, you know. So, you know, that would have been a good bit for ice cream then. So I went up, and as I was going through the till, I noticed to charge me the full €5. I said, excuse me, I said, that's on sale down there for half price. So she said, no, she said, that is the half price. I said, come on, are you trying to tell me I said that this was €10? There's no ice cream here, even remotely €10, Randy. Even now, and that was like 20 years ago. And she kind of put her hands on her hips. She thought I'd get embarrassed because there was a line behind me. So I just looked at her, and I did the Karen. I said, manager. And the guy comes down and he checks. Oh, we're so sorry. We forgot to type it into the system. I said, convenient. Very, very convenient. And they apologized. But not good enough, you know. Yeah, but I hate being a Karen, and this is what they want you to do. You know, they want you not. You'll become embarrassed because you're making a scene. It's like another idiot. This is a pretty scummy country for that, to be honest. But you know, when I was working, you know, I'd buy all my own stuff, you know, materials, building stuff, all of that stuff. And there was this one place, and it was in Limerick, in the Dockland area. I used to get all my stuff there. So I went in, and I needed X amount of stuff, and I priced it. And I think it was like, well, we'll say bucks. It's easy to understand about. It was yours. We'll call it bucks. I think it was like $500 or something. So he said, do you want to get it now? I said, no. I said, I'm not ready. I said, I'll be back in about a week or so, and I'll get it. So then, I came back in a week, I ordered the exact same stuff. I didn't say I was there before. And I said, okay, I said, how much do I owe you? And he said, 300. I said, what? I said, how's that? He said, what do you mean? I said, I was here last week, I said, and for the exact same thing. I said, you asked me 500. Oh, he said, it wasn't me. I said, it was you. Of course it was you. Oh, well, I don't know. So then, he was in a pretty big hole at the time. So I gave him a ladder to get out, and he refused to take it. I said, why? I said, was it on sale or something like that? No, he said, it was never on sale. Oh, I said, I see. I see. I said, I won't be doing business here anymore. And I didn't. I never did business there again. But the same thing happened to me with a bathroom suite in a shop called Tubbs and Tiles. That was in Limerick City. But I was at a function, and I had a suit, nice suit, all of that stuff, and this thing was on the side. No prices. I hate that. No prices up. So I said, how much is that? So he said, 1,500. I said, yeah. I said, looks okay. I said, I'll call back some other time. I said, I'll have a look at it. So about 2 weeks went by, and I was working there. And I came into the shop, and I was really scruffy. I had overalls, all that stuff was dust in my hair, all that thing, So I looked over at that, and I said, oh yeah, I said, that bathroom suite. I said, how much do you want for that? So he said, something crazy like 800. I said, really? And the same thing applied. I said, well, you asked me more, almost double that I said last time. I said, was it on sale? No, he said, I didn't ask you that. I said, yes, you did. So, what I'm thinking is, because the price wasn't up, I don't know if the company was doing it or he was putting it in his pocket, but he was charging me to what he thought I could afford to pay. When I came in with a suit, he said, okay, this guy has a ton of cash, so I'll make a few quid on the side off this. Then when you see me coming in pretty scruffy, oh, this guy's a working guy, he's probably buying this and he's installing it, he'll know the prices of everything, and he's obviously not going to give me, he's not an idiot. Well, I wasn't an idiot anyway, and I wouldn't have buying it anyway, I would have doing some research, because I've seen this happen too many times. Or an insurance company, Randy. I was insuring a small truck. It was really ideal because it was at a certain weight where I didn't need a special HGV license. So that was cool. So I went into my broker. Now basically the way the brokers work here is you would be giving them a little fee. And their job is to find you the best deal possible so you don't have to waste time. So they'll be working on your behalf. So that's what you're paying a broker for. And obviously, they'll be getting a little fee from it as well. So she quoted me, and this was during the boom and bust thing, about 2008. She quoted me $4,500 for insurance for a small truck. I said, are you joking me? Oh, no, that's the cheapest. Oh, I said, it's okay. I'll sort it out myself. So about a half an hour later, which is absolute red flag, she rang me up. Oh, you'll never believe what I did. I accidentally gave you the wrong quote. So I did you? It's only 3,500. I said, no, it's okay. I said, I'll get it myself. The irony is, this lady who was working for the company that, I went in, I don't know her, but she's actually the godmother of my second cousin. She's not family, but, she could have said, don't shop here, it's a con, but she didn't. She tried to set me up. So that was okay. I went to Limerick City. I went into the very first insurance company I could find. I think it was off Parnell Square. Or was it Parnell Square? Well, it was near the cathedral anyway, near the park. And yeah, guy came out, blah blah blah. How much did I get the insurance for? Remember, I was quoted $4,500. Then I was quoted $3,500. How much did I get that insurance for? I got that insurance for, I think it was €345. You can't tell me that's not criminal, Randy. You can't tell me that's not criminal. Where one company could sell that for that much money, and it's 10 times more in another company. Now, what my brokers was actually doing, it's disgusting. It is. Now, it's legal. You can charge as much as you want, of course. Now, I was paying them a fee to find me the best deal. But they were bringing me to these guys, and they were getting a cutback from these guys. So, they were not giving me the service that I was paying them for. So no matter what way you cut that, that's fraud. If you're offering a service to work on someone's behalf and you're backstabbing him, setting him up for another company you're getting paid for, that is straightforward fraud. But it's too much of a grey area to move in. They just claim ignorance, you know. That's what they'll do. They'll claim ignorance, you know. So I actually went back then and I removed all of my insurance policies from there. And the same lady was there. Oh, she said, "Oh, any harm in asking you?" She said, "Did you ever get insurance?" I said I did, and I told them the company in Limerick. "Well, any harm in asking how much you gave?" And I told her, "Oh, yeah, you know, but with that company, are you really insured?" She must have thought I was an idiot. So, obviously I played the game. I said, I don't know. I said, some guy, I said, pulled up in a truck outside. I said, and he wrote me out the insurance, I said, on top of a briefcase. And then he sped off, I said, with the, sirens blasting behind him. And I started laughing at her and walked away. She tried to sow some kind of seed of doubt, like I was some kind of imbecile. Unbelievable, isn't it? These guys were regulated by the insurance companies. Now, I've already did my homework. And if you're selling fake insurance, you don't set up an office in Limerick City and you're there for the past 20 years. That doesn't happen. Yeah, what is this, guys? Oh, okay. Yeah, I've only found a few of these. They're kind of rare. But more to the story is, if you're buying something, guys, whether it's insurance, anything like that, always shop around it. Never leave it to a broker or someone else to do that job. I remember back in the old days, Randy, if you phoned up an insurance company, let's say you were living in a certain area, you had a certain car and whatever, and if they charge you a lot of money, leave it for about an hour, phone them up again, tell them the exact same area, maybe a few doors down, the exact same car. You wouldn't have to give the number plate, obviously, then, for a quote. Your age, everything the same, and just change your name a little bit, and they give you a different quote. Yeah. It's nothing personal. It's just all a scam. Everything is a scam. Everything is a scam. That was the insurance company then. Then a guy came in. His name was Quinn, and he revolutionised the insurance industry here. If you had a claim against Quinn Insurance, he settled out of court, cut out all the fees and that, and he started selling insurance for about 25% of what the other companies were selling it for. So if you were quoted $4,000, this guy would insure you for $1,000. Everyone flocked to Quinn. He was a billionaire in just a few months, Randy. All the other companies suffered and they had to match his price. But unfortunately for Quinn, he was a bit of an idiot. Then the boom came along. He invested all of his money in property, and that went sideways. So his company went into receivership. Now it was bought up by an American company called Liberty, and they bought it up, and my insurance was with them. So they sent me a letter, "Oh, thank you for being our customer, your prices will stay the same," and they did. And I looked at my wife and I started laughing. And I said, "Wait till next year," I said, "it will double." So next year came along. I was wrong. It went up 120% the year after. I could see that one coming. Yeah, Liberty. Then it was Quinn that was the only guy who was keeping the other insurance companies. And then once Quinn fell, and Liberty started that was it. It was all back. It was all back to square one again. But my insurance now is I suppose with the currency, about 550, about $600. It used to be about half that here. Yeah, it's all a game. It's all a game. It's all a game. For the year. Yeah, it's roughly about the same here, Randy. Yeah, roughly about the same. Depends, it varies. So what's the average price? Well, do they do a kind of no claims bonus on insurance, let's say, Randy, in the US, where, if you were driving for so many years, you've got full license and blah, 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 where you'd get a kind of bonus off kind of thing? Here we call it no claims bonus. I've been on the maximum one for about 40 years or something. Yeah. Yeah, they do that, do they? Yeah. So, for someone with maximum no claims bonus, a full license, male, in their 50s, late 50s, well, it wouldn't really matter, would it, really? What would the average price? Obviously, do they go here? They kind of go by the size of the vehicle, its horsepower, how powerful it is. The lower the horsepower, the cheaper the insurance. Do they do that in the US? Where let's say a 1.5 liter would be much cheaper than maybe a 2.5 liter. Or is that just a scam they're doing here? Probably a scam. Yeah. But here, depending on the insurance companies, it would be anywhere from maybe 500 to double that, 1,000. Yeah, yeah. On the here, it's the horsepower of a car. Yeah, or if it's something that's kind of sporty, they'll really love those. Yeah, like Hondas and stuff. But I remember I was in an insurance office, and this was back in the very early 2000s, and I was waiting, and there was this guy in front of me. The poor kid, like he was only about 17, and this was going to be his first insurance, and I just looked at him, you know. But he walked up, he said everything wrong, you know. I unfortunately overheard a conversation. What kind of license have you got? I've got a learner's license. Okay. What's your age? 17. That's another red flag. Where are you living? Limerick City. Massive red flag. What kind of car are you driving? A Honda Civic. Massive red flag. They told him just to leave. Said no, just leave. And another kid, they quoted him back over 20 years ago. They quoted him 7 grand for insurance. 600 a year. So yeah, roughly about the same. Yeah. Oh, altogether, full coverage. Nice. That's pretty decent. Yeah, that's pretty decent. Yeah, I need to start shopping around again. Vehicle, make, model. Yeah, the horsepower and stuff, yeah. Gender. Yeah, yeah, discrimination, they love that, don't they? Yeah, they say they don't, they do. They're trying to. I remember back in the 80s, Randy, here, guys were paying 3 times more than females for insurance. So, I think in the media, one of the insurance companies was cornered, and they went with the old spiel. Oh, ladies are safer drivers, which is, you know, well, I don't know. That's debatable. But the reason is here it was more traditional then, where 90% of the ladies would be kind of stay at home, and men would be the guys making the money, and they absolutely have to have insurance. So pretty much like me walking into the shop, if you've got the money, you have to pay for it, kind of thing. Yeah. And you can only have... I'm not sure about that. I've only ever had... Well, I did, yeah. I had a truck. If it's a different kind of insurance, there's private here, which I'm on now, and I did have commercial. So there'll be different kind of rules for that, you know. You've got 3 insured. Yeah, otherwise you'd have to have other accounts. Oh. Yeah. Somebody was telling me in some country that they've got a pretty decent system where if you buy insurance and if you have no claims at the end of the year, the company will rebate you up to 40% of your money back. But I think that was just a story. I think it might have been Australia or New Zealand or somewhere. I remember that old story. How true it is, I don't know. Oh, so it does happen. You get no rebate here, I can tell you. You will get a price rise, alright. Depends on the company. Do they? That's unbelievable. And would they be kind of pricey? And would that rebate just be, you know, after you're getting your rebate, that would make it more like what you'd expect to give anyway? Is it just a gimmick, or, you know, are they priced reasonable like everyone else, and then that's a bonus you're getting back? Same here, yeah. I've been driving about 4 decades. Never had an accident. I had one parking ticket that I appealed and got it thrown out by the local council. That's it. That's it, yeah. One accident. The person she lives with had 6. His is cheaper than hers. I have no explanation for it. Well, the way it works here, if you have a claim, you've got to build up your no claims bonus again over 5 years, I think. I think 5 years is the maximum. So it could be possible that his last accident after 6, he might have built up more of a no claims bonus than your mum. That's the only logic I can put to that. Or as 2 different companies. They were trying to raise them a few years ago, and I said I was finding other coverage, and they immediately dropped the rates back to where they were. I did the same with Liberty, and they dropped it by $50. But there's nothing I could do here, Wolf, because once Liberty doubled the price of insurance, all of the other scammers did the same. So they were kind of worked in a kind of a syndicate cartel. Yeah, it's the same with the stores. You know, you go into a store, if a certain item has been increased by 10%, everyone seemed to, in every store, every manager seemed to wake up at the same time and had exactly the same plan. So it must be coordinated, you know. Somebody's got to do something about it, to be honest. It is, yeah. It is. Now, we've got to build something for this guy, isn't it? Create a singular core. God, these guys never stop with this ship. What's a singular core? Create a singular core for the echo. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's see. What's a singular core? I think maybe they overdid it with this egg. Where's the singular core? There it is there. What's fragmented quintilla? Oh my good god. Okay, we need magnetized ferrite anyway. That's got to be the one, guys. Okay, we'll do the ferrite first. We need, what was it? I think if we pulse in space again, they'll give us that new stuff. I think that's the way it works. Have we got... We should have something for the ferrite dust. Here. Okay, let's chop this down, guys. Yeah, we'll have a look around here. We'll let that one get done. They do a lot of price matching here. You'd want to, yeah. Not too many companies of any sorts does lower than the competition. Well, if you want to stay in business. Yeah. But I've noticed here, if there's a price increase in one company, Randy, or one store, at exactly the same moment, they all seem to move in tandem. You know? Way too coincidental. It's always been that way, to be honest. Yeah. So, they're all in cahoots. But I remember it got so bad here in the 70s that the government had to intervene. And what they did with the companies is, if you produced a product in anything in food, you know, if it was on packaging or whatever, it had to have the maximum price printed on it. So, like, I remember, let's say if you bought, let's say, a bag of crisps. So let's say that was 10 cent. You know, that was the price, let's say, you know, that it was. So that would be printed on the bag, and then it would be illegal to sell for anything more. But that was the 70s. And it wasn't spurred on by any kind of economic thing. It was spurred on by greed, you know. I can barely remember it. The government had to step in. It's looking like that again, to be honest. Oh, there was only one animal here. We got him as well. Oh, we're getting a lift here. Oh, come on. Yeah, we got him. Yeah, there it is. It's another one for Croc. Right. Yeah, let's get out of here, guys. We'll call in our ship. We're just wasting time here. Now, what happened with the other one was we had to pulse in space, and they give us that stuff because I've never even heard of that thing we have to craft for it. The dust is not a problem. We've got a ton of that in storage. We'll have to call in. That's what we'll do. We'll call in our freighter. God, I hate this planet. Yeah, we'll call in the freighter. Oh, hang on. Yeah, we'll take this before we go. Oh, it's just copper. Nah, that's okay. Nah, I've got tons of copper. Yeah, we'll call in the freighter. I said I was bringing it to this galaxy anyway. This is where all the quests are. And this is the one we've got to grind out as well because it's a dissident pirate station. Yeah, let's kill him on the way. Oh, I can't pulse. Because I'll start the other quest if I do. There we go. Right. There we go. Right, let's get our junk. Okay. Now, sometimes guys use this as well for landing mode check. Nah, it's just my junk. I played space shooting game. I got dizzy. Brain wanted to know which way it was up. Yeah, it can be very confusing. On this, there's a kind of, when you hold a trigger, there's a kind of an auto tracking. It's not too bad. You know, once you know where the controls are. It can be, yeah, absolutely. Now, let's see again. What are we? Was it 100 magnetized ferrite? Was it? Ferrite or whatever it is. Yeah, well, we're here. Obviously, we have it. Let's bring it with us and dump off this junk while we're here. I don't have much, do I? Okay, looks like we're selling you. So where is that magnetized ferrite? Ferrite or whatever it is. It could be a ferret, who knows? Yeah. There's pure. Where's the magnetized? There it is. Yeah, I've got a ton of it. Okay, I need 100. God, the humidity here is something to behold. Oh, hi Mikey. And how have you been? How's life been treating you? Wait 1 second. 110, 100, doesn't really matter. There, we're good. Just a few things to get rid of and then we're off. We go look for that, that thing. So how's your day been? Yeah, that would do. You got the other ones down here. Yeah. I hope we have. Oh, that's good. Oh, nice. Made some new friends. That's good. That's nice. Not too bad. Not too bad. You know, just the usual, the blood pressure thing and taking it easy and that kind of stuff, but all good. All good. So, have you been playing any new games lately, or anything catch your eye? I've been on this for a while. I like it. It's pretty decent, this game. Massively grindy, but I was never shy of a grindy game. There. Now, I think we need to pause for this one again. Yeah. Okay, we'll see. Yeah, because I've never heard of that other stuff. And the last time we needed the pause. Oh, what's this? What is this? Oh, something about installing something. No. No, it's about, how long has it been, guys? It's been almost a year. Nah, it's been more like 8 months. No, I was feeling very dizzy, whatever. Collapsed a little bit. And they brought me in, held me for a few days, intensive care. Blood pressure was sky high. Been on medication ever since. Yeah, really high. Yeah, I've been, seeing specialists and that, but it's not too bad. I'll get through it, Wasn't expecting it this soon. Maybe another decade, but que sera. Father Ted, yeah. Yeah, he used to be one of my favourites. But yeah, blood pressure. Yeah, comes to us all, I suppose, at some stage. Now, they said something about installing something. Yeah, that's where I messed up, wasn't it? I should have realised that's what they wanted me to do in the other one. They make this needlessly complicated, guys. Now, I haven't got a clue what these guys want. Or maybe it was on the ship, was it? Yeah, now I'm in trouble. Said something about installing something. Why did they make this game so silly complicated? Not a hope. I've been playing Monster Hunter. Wow, it's nice. Install the gifted Animus Beam. The Void Egg requires a personal singularity. The Animus Beam will... okay. What's an Animus Beam? Where would we install that one? Obviously in the gun. Oh, hi, Cyclone. Yeah. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, it's that. An Animus Beam. Weird. Alright, okay. Got it, yeah. They did the same with the other one. Yeah, I just couldn't see it a moment ago. I was looking for it down here, it was up there. Okay, so we need life forms, isn't it? Oh no, it's okay. I know you're only joking, Mike. I've been pretty humorous about it myself. No, it's okay. I know I did pass away from a heart condition. But, it comes to us all at some stage. But no problem. No, I know you're only joking. Managed to get you off No Man's Sky. Nice. I might look into that sometime as well. So, yeah, what do we shoot? Do we shoot living animals or something with that thing? It did say that, didn't it? Of life, yeah, okay, we need something with some, yeah, we'll go on this. Shoot some animal. No, there's only one animal on that, guys. We need another planet with some life on it. Well, we wanted to do the distant planet anyway, didn't we? That's the one we were on. What's this one? Yeah, we wanted to try for that ship. Tropical. Yeah, there's got to be life on that one. Okay, let's kill everything on this. And now we're body snatchers, apparently. Feed animals and assemble a planet with one species of invisible creature. Happened to me as well. Yeah, there was one invisible. I've been to a planet like that. Yeah, you can't interact with them. It's pretty decent, yeah. It's pretty decent. Like all of these games, you know, watching it doesn't do it justice, but it is very immersive. All depends, you know, what you like, but there's so much to do on this. Might not be for everyone, but if you're into the crafting, exploring and stuff like that, the kind of Valheim kind of thing, but with more to do, yeah, this is definitely the game. Yeah, oh, on release I heard it was a dumpster fire, but it's a quality game now, you know. Well, it was a big problem when they did the update on Xbox, but you know, I have to give them their dues. They had 2 updates in about 4 days, and they fixed everything in about 4 days. So, you know, they were pretty snappy on that. I think so as well, yeah. Now we're looking to kill stuff, aren't we? Let's get these while we're here. I think it's all birds here, guys. We're in trouble. Let me see. Oh, yeah, come on. Yeah, the scanner can be a bit iffy on this sometimes. Gotcha. So many is that? 3. No, there's gotta be some land animals here somewhere. Right, let's go for it, guys. Hammer, yeah. I know, I can't resist a good scan. But like everything with an endless procedure generated thing, it can get a bit repetitive sometimes, but there's so many other things then you can kind of turn to and then kind of come back to it again, you know? Yeah, and the Monster Hunter thing. Nice. But it put Starfield to shame at 1/5 the price. So there you go. Okay, where are these animals? Just got unlucky. I know there's a ton of them here. The rest are probably fish. We can go to a different system and get them. Doesn't really matter, but... it's not good that we landed right in the middle of a storm, is it? Okay, let's get our ship. We're wasting too much time here. To ruin the Elder Scrolls. Well, I don't think they're going to get a chance. Not any time too soon. There is a remake Cyclone being done of Oblivion. When I say a remake, I mean a proper remake. You know, from the ground up again. A total redo. It's been done on the Unreal 5 and it's been done by a different company. And they were the same guys that worked on the Phantom Liberty thingy from CD Projekt, and they did a few more. It's an Asian company. I think they've got 4,000 employees. But Microsoft handed them the keys of the Oblivion redo. It's to be released in the summer, but there's been rumours it might even be released next month. There's also rumours these guys might... They've been around for about 20 years. And apparently they do some really good work. There's also been rumours that these guys might be itching to start off their own video games. So, you know, they'll probably do a really decent job on Oblivion, you know, to drum up more work, obviously, from Microsoft, and to maybe prove a point, you know. I personally, I think BGS are not capable anymore. I would be pleasantly surprised if it matched Skyrim, even though it's been so long since Skyrim. I would be pleasantly surprised. It's gotten to the stage I wouldn't trust BGS to, oh, how could I put this? Well, basically I wouldn't trust them doing anything. To me, to see what they were capable of these days, it would have been Starfield. You know, I wanted to see Starfield, and I was not impressed. So, you know, they really needed to make a statement with a new IP, and that's what they came up with. Pretty poor. No doubt the lore of the Elder Scrolls will hold it together so much, but they could make one that's much worse than Skyrim. There's one thing that seems to be consistent with BGS. It's every time they release a new game, it's worse than the one before, you know. So we'll see where it goes. But you know, BGS, if they mess up the Elder Scrolls and if they mess up Fallout, I think they've had it, to be honest. They've been living on borrowed time for a long time. Yeah. Well, they're pretty much sunk anyway, Cyclone, because, you know, they said they're doing the next Fallout and they're doing the next Elder Scrolls on the same engine they've been using. Well, they've been using since I was born. You know, the old Gamebryo engine, and before that, what was it? I don't know, it had some meta something engine. You know, that engine is, my god, that engine is a 90s engine, you know. But that's not the main problem. The main problem is they've got too much buried code in that engine that they have to strip the whole thing down, which they're not going to do. So they're stuck with that. Imagine that. Imagine having that for the next 20 years, guys, when it's 20 years behind time. It would be like, you know, somebody starting off a movie studio and, you know, releasing all the movies in black and white. That's how far they're back. Now, for me, it's not the end-all kind of thing, but if you partner that up with the sloppy writing, the predatory microtransactions, and the boring games, I don't know how they're staying afloat, to be honest. Yeah. So, I don't know. In any other business, I know Todd and his crew would have been done a long time ago. I don't know how they're hanging... I'll tell you how they're hanging on. The goodwill and the love of the fans for Fallout and the Elder Scrolls. That's the only thing that's hanging on. But once they realise that that's it, yeah, they're done. Well, that's the ending, isn't it? Like even the most hardened fans of BGS, you know, the guys that would have them on their podcasts, you know, getting trips to see Todd and, you know, all of this stuff, you know, even they're criticising the way it's been going. And I can't see it change. Not that it makes much of a difference, I suppose, in the big scheme of things. But it's just sad, you know. I had really fond memories of that company. They really stopped pushing forward after Skyrim. Although they did make advances on Fallout 4 as well, I suppose. But in a sense, you know, they were the only ones doing those kind of games, you know, so they had a monopoly on it. But there's more competition, there's better developers, and they're definitely not as greedy. I could even put up with the loading screens if the game was reasonable. You know, there's one thing that they could fix right now if they wanted to, and that's get in a few guys that know how to write a decent story, you know? Some kind of compelling quests. I'm sure if, you know, they're too mean to do so, there's guys who will come in and write them for free just to have their name associated, like the modders. But as a company, unless there's a major shake-up on that, in my opinion, you know, they're going to be left behind in the dust. They already are. Nice. Now, what are we here for? Oh yeah, we gotta kill creatures, isn't it? I could go back to my home planet, there's tons of them. With the combat in Fallout 4, yeah? That Havoc engine is, you know, it's still pretty popular. But, I don't know why, you know, BGS are the only ones that seem to be having problems with that Havoc engine. That's been around for decades, you know. That physics engine. How do I manage to get a planet with just fish and birds and no land animals? Okay, we'll go back to our homeworld. It's teeming with life. And we'll get this done. Oh, hang on. I have to, I forgot about that. This is a system, isn't it, with, is this the pirate system? It is. We've got to try for that that ship as well, so we'll see if we can get the other guy as well. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. Black Isle Studio. There was another guy involved as well, wasn't it? They bought the IP from some guys, and another guy that did most of the work on it as well. They really kind of changed it a lot, let's say, with the more kind of mainline stuff like Fallout 3. The guys who created Fallout were not too happy, but it was a hit. You know, that was what, you know, the younger generation wanted, you know. Less of the kind of Dungeons and Dragons kind of thing. I was okay with Fallout 3 and even that kind of stuff. The Havoc engine, yeah. Yeah, it is. After that, yeah. Nobody has problems with the Havoc engine except BGS. Oh, let's see where we are. We can kill two birds with one stone. Yes, that's what we're doing. Okay. Now, we'll check for that little thingy. There. Perfect. Now we can do that and we can get the other guys at the same time. There he is. Who knows? This could be our lucky ship. Absolutely, yeah. Well, they had to keep them under control, you know? But what really sunk BGS was their will and their inability to fix the problems in their games. You know? Now, before, you know, people were putting up in it, as I said, you know, there was nobody else doing that kind of stuff. And, you know, even though they had that, they were giving you something different. Now, it's something that's way behind time, and it's, you know, we've played it to the teeth and back. And, you know, things are becoming expensive now. You know, if you want to, if you're going to drop 100 on a game, you know, you want to get something you like and, you know, worth the money. You know, loyalty to an IP or a studio can only bring you so far. You know, even if they don't have zero loyalty to their fans and their base. Yes, it was never going to be out of this world procedural generation, but I think for this they've absolutely did the best they could with procedural generation. Yeah. And the thing about this is, you know, you can do it for a while. There's always plenty of other things to do. On Starfield, well, basically that was the other thing to do. It was either that or the really boring quests. You know? But I've never seen a company do a game where they totally ignore the traits, you know, that they were reasonably decent at, and triple down, not double down, triple down on the stuff that everyone hated about a game that they did. It's beyond belief. And then to hear their denial, like I heard Todd say when, you know, the DLC was a bit of a flop. You know, even people who loved Starfield thought the DLC was useless, so you can imagine how bad that was. And he said it's my fault, he said, but not the way you think. He said what I should have done was I should have released, you know, the buggy they have and the update with the DLC. Then he said everyone would be happy. So it's his fault because he was too kind, you know, to give us all of that stuff. You know, like a map, which is revolutionary in a game. Who'd ever think we'd see a map in a game? Yeah, that was inspired. You know, that's like the time that Elon invented the subway, you know? We were driving a Tesla down a tunnel. Even though they were doing that in the 1800s. Yeah, I'd never played that. I'm not that gone anymore in Obsidian. I think, you know, New Vegas would have been my kind of thing, you know. But the company is only as good as the writers and the employees are there, and I think Obsidian now are different. I know they're suffering with Avowed, and quite rightly. That was the laziest stuff I've ever seen on Avowed. If anyone gets a chance, check out a YouTube video, guys, called Avowed versus Oblivion. You'll see what I mean. But I heard it's okay. But is that enough anymore, guys? When you're paying 70, you know, $80 for something, and God knows how many microtransactions and DLCs you'll have to follow. But is okay? You know, is that good enough? Absolutely, yeah. Generous to a fault. Yeah. I do know that 90% of the world was static, you know, even the NPCs, which I thought was really off. But, you know, it opened my eyes, the video I've seen. You know, I've never seen it in a game before, to be honest. But check it out if you get a chance, guys. It's definitely worth a look. It's called Avowed versus Oblivion. Oh no. It's not about if it was like Oblivion. It's about the physics in the game. And the only reason they used Oblivion is, like, Oblivion is what? nearly 20 years old, and that one was just released, and I suppose now the studios are kind of together. So, the physics with the arrows, the physics with the NPCs, the complicated little conversations that I have, that the NPCs would have a little routine and go to bed and more immersive. Yeah. Yeah, they weren't comparing it in that way. Just how little work, how much little work they put into it, But I do know a lot of fans of Obsidian didn't like it too much when when Microsoft and BGS wanted them to do that game, because they said they're more for the kind of B game, and this might be a little bit out of their league. God knows what budget or what staff they had, so they might have been forced into it. They said that by doing this, it was going to finish the company, which, they might be right. But I think Microsoft just wanted some more bodies in Game Pass, I suppose. But now with the prices guys are charging for games, you're expecting something a bit more, Yeah, they have always made... Yeah, and a lot of the core fans are really upset that they were forced to do something that would be released on the AAA market, that would get so much attention. And it's going to be negative, See, the problem they wanted to do on that, they wanted to charge AAA prices and stuff, Yeah, they'd probably do way better with their own stuff, But I'm a massive fan of what they did on New Vegas. But as I said, there's all those guys are gone. The company's only just some hardware and some software, But I think maybe BGS and Microsoft might have rushed them too much, to take on something like that. Yeah, yeah. They got a bad deal from BGS that time. A really bad deal. They really stiffed him on the Metacritic. But it was very ambitious what they wanted to do, guys. But imagine back then to do that in 18 months. Now they're taking 6 or 7 years. And the bugs are just as bad. You got to admire them for that kind of originality that they did in New Vegas, the immersion and the graphics didn't bother me that much, because the game had other things going for it, and the humor as well. Although, having said that, I got it a good few years after where there wouldn't have been so many bugs. But we won't see games like that ever again, guys. Unless we resurrect some of the old guys. Yeah. Absolutely, the new guys coming in. Yeah, of course. Of course. The only hope now, to be honest, is the indie developers like Irongate, these guys here, Hello Games, and the other guys, that did Subnautica. Stuff like that. But companies will always come and go. They'll have successes and then they'll probably go just like the AAA companies, and the cycle will go on. Companies will rise and fall. Larian, yeah, they've been around a while. But they're that's a private held company, isn't it? Seven. There we go. Just grab this. I have to check all of these systems if I'm ever going to get 3-star dissidents. And I don't know, everyone is saying 5% guys on these pirate planets, but I can't see it, to be honest. Like, out of at least 3 dozen of these, I think once I got an A. No, once I got a B, once or twice. 99% has all been C's. Not to mention the design of the ship and the colour is horrible. So I've pretty much given up on those, but because I landed in this system, I thought I'd give it a try anyway. Yeah, it's an A. But who needs money? We'll take it anyway. Alright, we've got to change back to our other weapon. We don't want to be stuck with that piece of junk. Yeah, okay. Now we need to kill those guys as well, don't we? So, which one is it, guys? That's what, the manipulator mode. That's a cloaking device. Where is it? Ah, there it is. Yeah. We're gonna hack those guys. Ha 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 ha. 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 Can't believe we've got to kill stuff for this. Scandinavian, yeah. They did. Yeah, I think one of the Nordics, isn't it? I remember the old Divinity. Yeah, kind of top view kind of thing, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I can see a lot of companies that have been taken over by corporations now, you know, getting games taken away like BGS did. Of course, they're going to spin it like, oh, they haven't got the time, they're working that. I have heard that there's a possibility, and this is only a rumour, guys, that they're going to abandon any more DLCs on Starfield. The excuse will be they want to concentrate on another Fallout or Skyrim or another Elder Scrolls, I think. So we'll see. They'll probably get a B team over a long period of time, you know, pushing together some cut trash I have from the game to try and probably jockey up some kind of DLC for it in time. But who knows? But that's just rumour. You know, I'd take that one with a grain of salt. But I will tell you one thing about Todd and his crew. They're predictable. You know, very, very predictable. What the? That guy was not happy. Don't worry. We'll just get him while we're here, I suppose. We can get this out and the other one. How many is that? 3 out of 6. You're gonna power my ship. whether you like it or not. Yeah, I think it's Elder Scrolls, yeah. Yeah, like 7 years ago, guys. But if they had to stick like to the form that they should have had, we would have playing 2 and we'd probably be waiting. We would have been playing, probably releasing another one, you know. We'd have already had 2 and probably, very close to the release of another one. Yeah. Be funny, yeah. Oh, I can understand them taking a break for a while if they were doing too much, but there's breaks and then there's breaks. I wouldn't mind if they produced anything even reasonable in the time. Well, there's a ton of guys here. Yeah, we might as well finish him off, why not? Yeah, like a whole ton of them down here. Oh, I gotta keep away from that guy, I don't want him on my back. We'll go for that little thingy later. So much of that stuff have we got? We shouldn't be that much away now. Here. We'll have a bit of fun, guys, and we'll take out that as well. Now, let me just pause this here for one tiny minute, guys. It won't be a second, I just want to check on my doggos. There we go. Yeah, I just had to get rid of that thing I was wearing as well. It's become much too humid here. Yeah, I was absolutely dying. A 5-year cycle. I can get behind that. Yeah. Just about. That should be the maximum. Yeah. So we should be waiting on the 3rd now, not still on 1. We should have playing at least 2. And in that 5-year cycle, they should be able to take a few games, More guys down there, you see him? Let's see if we can scan that guy. We'll take that out and then we'll be on our way. Where is he? There he is. Come on now. Okay, how many is that? Did we get them all? 4. We did not. Okay, where's that stupid, there it is. Alright, we'll just have to make a run for it for a moment. I actually used that beam, it didn't seem to make a difference. There we go. Right, we're looking for animals, isn't it? Here's another one here. Might as well make a go of this while we're here. No doubt that ship here will be rubbish. Oh. Where did the other guy go? Yeah, we should have no problem getting the junk we need here. Oh! Almost there, guys. 80% there. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, the last of them are down here. How are you? Oh, pretty good. Yeah, just keep an eye on them. They're getting pretty old. Oh, one guy just straight away, it was too warm, so he's out closer to the door. Yeah, they're getting a breeze from under the door. But yeah, they're pretty good. Tubbs. Yeah, he's a good doggo. I know you were sleepy. I know you were very sleepy. Yeah, they're very tired. He's quick, alright. Should be the last guy. That's it. Yeah, we'll just grab that. Actually, I'll have to take off some of these, you know. Now, where's my mining beam? There's a hijack laser. There, doesn't really make much of a difference anyway. Okay, let's check out the ship, guys. Okay, there's only one more life form if we could get it before we go, but it's no biggie. No biggie. Nah, it's probably a fish. We're good. Okay. I'll craft that singularity thing in a moment. We'll check the ship and we get it over with quickly. I think we're done here. Yeah, okay. Let's see what the ship is like. It would have been nice if even the color of this, something small, color and design would be nice. Oh, where is that ship? There it is. Yeah, we'll do the hard way. It'll take about a minute to do this instead of warping. Useless. Not too bad, we got that, and we got this out of the way as well. We'll have to check in on the settlers in a moment as well, it's been a while. Maybe I should have warped here. Yeah, it's gonna take us forever, isn't it? Okay, we'll warp in. No problem, Randy. No problem. No problem. On most nights, yeah? Okay, where's that, Oh, there it is. That's another thing I have with these survival games, keeping track of the markers. It's a right nightmare, isn't it? 6-hour difference, yeah, it's... What, about 10 PM then for you? Oh, I'm pretty much a night owl now anyway. Ah, for goodness sake. Yeah, we'll just go down. Yeah? 10, yeah, 10. 6 hours no difference, 10, right, yeah. 4 here. Okay, let's see this ship. I bet it's rubbish. Yeah, pretty much. Color is not bad though, guys. But it's rubbish. God, I hate these ships with a vengeance. It looks white from the top, but yeah, there's a little bit of white in it. It's not bad. Well, if it's an S, I'll keep it. It's not the worst. I'm guessing at best it's a B. It's a C, it's even worse again. Oh my god, I wouldn't grind this planet for an S for something like that. Doesn't matter, we're getting living ships shortly anyway. But I wouldn't mind to collect a few S's. Yeah, you could upgrade them, but yeah, that's not the same. No sense of achievement for that one. Yeah, oh, you're going by that, yeah? Yeah, it's rubbish. What can we do? Yeah, let's see, can we find that last guy? What is that anyway? We definitely don't need money. No, I'm not going after any more of those. That one actually, guys, is pretty close by. Here, let me just get that out of the way. Mountain time. Oh. Ah, pretty small here. We just have one time zone. Let's hit this quick and get out. Where was it again? Ah, for goodness sake. There it is. Yeah, let's see if we can get our stuff back. Maybe. Nah. Once you get a planet that starts doing that, you're pretty much done. Right, let's go. I need to get these guys off my back. There it is. Now there's too many adjustments on this thing now, you know that? I'll have to take off some of them when I go back. These were for the quest. Right, okay. Let's patch up that ship and we'll go for the other ship. It's gone away now. I don't even want to try these pirate systems. They're a waste of time. You know, whatever chance you'll have fighting on a 3-star system, these pirate systems, useless. Oh no, what does he want now? Okay. Yeah. They attack, so this is an old one. Now they'll say something about a wormhole, but I'm not going this time. It will take us too far away. Now. Okay, let's just see here for a moment. Ancient site, that's the one we need. It's pretty close. Cool. I know what you mean. It is absolutely a concept. Okay, I will ignore him. This was a bit of a distraction, but once we landed in the system, I'll always be thinking that I missed the ship I wanted here. Yeah, we'll claim it anyway, we'll scrap it. It's not like we need the money, but... Right, let's go back and claim it, then I'll make that thing and they'll probably send me back here to create the egg. Or the ship. Yeah, we've done all the pieces. They're pretty territorial, aren't they? No, not worth the hassle, guys. Yeah, too far away anyway. Okay, let's go back, get our ship. One thing I haven't found, I've come across 3 S-class freighters. The dreadnoughts. I've found 2, let's say, I could have bought, but... oh, more, about half a dozen I could have bought, but... I've yet to find a crashed S. For some reason. Oh yeah, but I didn't even bother because I wouldn't be interested in that in an S anyway. Yeah, where you can kind of repeat it before you hit that spike thing. Yeah. What am I doing down here? Okay. But that was pretty much rubbish. Alright, we'll get rid of that later. Move to another system, do it again. Different stars, yeah. But I think once a ship is in a system, that's it, isn't it? That's the only one you can get. I don't think you... yeah, well, I don't know. Can you change the ship that's here? I doubt it, but you mean to save that little thing you have, yeah. I've got a ton of them anyway, and I do grinding on this anyway, so... yeah, it's not a biggie. Now, let's get a save here. Oh, the egg. Oh, right. Oh, the egg. Right. Yeah, if you don't like the ship you get when you reload, move to another system and do it again. Different stars. Yeah. Yeah. I get it. I want to be careful then, wouldn't I? Yeah, you can change the system. So, basically it saves when I get out. So... yeah, just kind of fly in and see what the ship looks like. Yeah, I get it. Go to another system. And fix the egg. So I fixed... when I fix the egg... that's the problem. I don't know. You see, there's an override on this. When I fix the egg... it tell me to go back to that other guy again. Then I've got to get out of the ship, so that's another save over. We'll see if I can reload back enough. I'll fix the egg in the ship. I want to see how it goes. But we have 2 saves on this that overwrite pretty quickly. Right, let's make this thing anyway. Wasn't too good, was it? Fallen host is the step you saved before. But with this, it overwrites every time. Are you on PC where you can get a save? Because all I've got to do is step out of the ship once and it's pretty much locked in. Yeah, I'll show you what I mean. You see this here? That's it. Just that one there. Now, let me see what I do. Oh yeah. Well, I'll tell you what I can do. If we can see the ship from here, we just go in and see the ship and we don't like the look of it, I can reload from here. before I did that to the egg and go to another system. Yeah, you can still use a save point. Yeah, we'll have a look anyway. What's this? Yeah. So if I get out again, I'm pretty much snookered. But we'll see what it looks like, and then I can reload from the other one, go to another system, and we try it again. So I can't get out, or it's locked in. Oh no. No, this will be locked in. Oh, maybe from here I save, yeah, I get it. I'd have to save from here. No. See what I mean? Well, basically they'll tell me where the egg is, and it'll be in the system. I don't think I can do it from here. But either way, I've got to land anyway here, so that's a given, and I've got to get out. Nah, I might be snookered, but we'll see. Whatever they give me anyway. Now, unless we can save it from here, we'll see. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, I've gotta wait another 24 hours. I thought it was at the last step, guys. Oh, you're joking me, I'm at this for 3 or 4 days. I thought that was the last step. Oh, for goodness sake. That's just retarded. Okay, it looks like we're stuck on this for a while, guys. Ah, yeah, I've been at a 3. I thought it was 3. But yeah, it's looking like 4. I did store the void egg on the freighter, so I wouldn't sell it by accident. And it I think it actually duplicated. You see that? Duplicated. For some reason. Okay, at least that's out of our hair for a while. We don't have to worry about it. Now, let's get back, get rid of this junk. What is that? Yeah, let's get back for a little bit, guys. Yeah, apparently, yeah, it's 4 days. It looks like I'll be doing this tomorrow. I'll see if I can manipulate that save a little bit. Get the ship I want. I thought it was on the last step, to be honest. Okay, now. Absolutely, oh, Randy, absolutely. It is, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. I think I won't be able to use this one because it duplicated at the second stage. It said this egg is already activated, but who knows? I might be able to, yeah. I haven't tried it yet. You see where it says active void egg? I think it's saved after the first stage, but I might be able to use it again, yeah. I'm going to check it out, but I'm leaving both together in case it disappears, you know, because it's some kind of bug or something. Yeah, but I will try it again and see if it works.
Warning. Threat detected.
we go. End of that guy.
Defeated.
Right, let's get out of here. Now I see what the settlers have. But yeah, I think it's already done one of the steps. But I've never seen that before. I will chance it and see what happens once I get this other ship. Yeah, I was afraid of selling it by accident, so I stored it in the freighter inventory. And then I noticed when I came back there was actually 2 of them. Now, oh, that soda's getting a little iffy. Oh, hang on, this is an outlaw station. We're wasting our time. I won't be able to fast travel for here. Don't we have okay, where's our ship? Oh, it's here, guys. Yeah, we can't leave it here. I won't be able to travel to it. Okay, let's see if we can. Oh, hang on, I'll be able to travel to it from here. We need to move that ship out. I need to get to it. I thought because it was a pirate freighter in the beginning I couldn't really travel to anything, only pirate places. But it was actually the system I was in that was doing it. No, sorry, I've been missing the message board. Oh, I doubt that, Mike. I think everyone just feels sorry for me because I'm so old. You also rate, yeah? Oh yeah, we're not talking to him. Okay, we're getting back to that thing. Yeah, we need to get that freighter on the system. Yeah. No! Now that is just stupid, guys. We're both in the same system. We'll have to fly there. Yeah, there it is. Wouldn't let me... Ah, that's brutal. Yeah, the void egg. Oh! Yeah, the duplication thing, yeah. I don't think it's gonna bug out or anything. But... yeah, I was afraid of selling the stupid thing by accident. But yeah, you too, it happened to you, the duplication. I was assuming, alright, that it was a common enough thing. Oh, I am old, very old. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Right, we're here. That's all of the junk we brought in, and some of it I'll have to get rid of shortly as well. I get some new guys coming in here from time to time, and seems to be anything. How do we get out of here? Rarely in this hangar. There we go. Now we did get... We did. We'll use that. Nothing like more storage, is there? No. Well, we're done with that anyway for ages, aren't we? That's a pity. I thought that was the last step on that quest. Well, that should be definitely up. Yeah, citizen dispute. Let's dump this junk. So, get rid of the citizens dispute. We'll come back. We do a tiny little bit on this. Oh no, we can't. We need to get that autosave. Yeah, we'll do about 15 minutes on this. And then we do that other quest, that auto thingy. I want to get the engines. The new engines. Yeah, there's a ton of different accents in the UK and every country, I suppose. There's a ton, alright. Now, I think I changed my mind about that one, to be honest. We'll leave it there. Why not? Well, if that's the case, we'll leave that one there, but it's used for crafting, but, you know, why would we even bother with it, to be honest? I don't think we'll be using it for anything else, but it is unique, so why not? I am a bit of a collector anyway. Right, let's just store this thing. Now, I am selling that quickly. That will grind down the other junk in a minute. Aha, okay. We've got too much. I don't really use that anyway, I just want 5, so I'll sell that. Yeah, so why would I start stockpiling something I don't use? Rightio. Oh, there is that thing that said it's used for crafting, so... we'll keep that guy. This thing here. Whatever that is. Again, I've never had to use it. But it might be something I badly need and can't find later. In the top 10 at least, yeah. Australian and southern US, yeah. Yeah, pretty much the same here as well. The UK and Ireland have a lot of varying accents. Yeah, same here. Dublin has 3 alone. The inner city, and I'd say the kind of D5 accent, and then the outskirts. Yeah, I don't really notice accents that much in that sense. You know. Possible, I suppose. Yeah, it is possible, I suppose. Yeah. And that's for sure, yeah. Now. Okay, we're back in action. We'll leave those alone. Now, these I want to get rid of as well. But we're keeping 2 of those. Yeah, Okay. Now we want to start... Oh yeah, we're doing a little bit of building here for a moment. And then we take that quest. Just to break it up a bit. Oh no, the settlers. We gotta go back and sort out those idiots. I still haven't done anything in here yet. I will get around to it. Yeah. It's all, I suppose, just with the person, really, isn't it? I suppose some people like accents, and other people maybe different attributes. Some, yeah. There we go. Oh. That's the problem when you carry around those things too. They just block out everything else. See those echolocators? Come on. Ah, there it is. Now, let's get back. We'll do a little bit on this, guys, not too long, because it can be very, very grindy. Oh, hang on, we're going back to the ship. We do a tiny bit on this, and then we'll do the autophage quest. East Yorkshire. Okay. Right, we'll do a tiny bit on this, and then we'll move on, just to break it up a little bit. I don't know how long this autophage quest is going on for, but we'll see. Now, where are we on this? So this is the way I want them finished, and if I find something else I'll pop it in as well. This will be our crew quarters here. So it's enough for 60. I know, they won't use it, but it's just for show. Just something to do, really. I thought I might as well do this one big. Why not? The Monty... Oh, the Monty Python. Oh, yeah, now I get it. But actually quite possible. They can be very aggressive sometimes. As can any wild animal. Now, okay, that's as good as it gets for... Oh, hang on. Might as well get rid of those while we're here. There, we are ready to go. Now, this is really repetitive and boring, so we won't do it for too long. Might as well put some in here for a little bit. Just to get them out of the way. Now this is where it gets complicated. Oh, come on now. Yeah, slightly off there. This can be very, 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 very tedious. Yeah, let's give that one a shot. Yes, no pain, no gain. That's not bad. Yeah, no, I got it. I got it, that's pretty decent. I can live with that. Yeah, I can live with that. Okay, 2 on the other side, then we're good. Oh, hi Sage. Just gives me something to do. Tons of time to waste. And how have you been? It's actually weird trying to figure out when they are portrayed. In films, example, Snatch. Richie, wasn't it? Brad Pitt. No, apparently not. Gypsies, well, basically, yeah, from Romany. Different culture, isn't it? More the kind of Arabian kind of thing. Yeah. Whereas, I think the influx, the other guys would have been, well, probably the evictions during the famine would have been one. But I think history can go back a lot further than that. They were around, there's been records. The thing is that they were, basically refugees from the famine. There, audio cut out. But records are going back long before that, well into the Middle Ages. So, there's that part of it. Romany, yeah. Homeless camps and stuff. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, hang on, I've already met those. Okay. It doesn't matter, we can use it for something. Let's see if I can get this in place. See, the first one has to be spot on, and then I can zoom in with the second one. Come on now, Croc. I'm thinking about there. It could be wrong. Yeah, if I had a mod to keep these straight while I'm doing this, but it's pure freehand, it's diabolical, that's what it is. No matter what country you go to, there'll always be a minority, usually indigenous, going way, way back. It's typical across all Europe. In Spain, it would be the Basque region. You know, here it's those guys. It's always something. It reminds me of a quote from, oh, what was his name? Oh, I forget. I'll think of it later. It wasn't Eisenhower. The guy that came in as vice president to JFK. What was his name again, guys? He became president after JFK. He was vice president, wasn't he? Yeah. He said some nasty things too about minorities. Lyndon B. Johnson, that's the guy. Yeah. He said, if you can convince the lowest, and I'll paraphrase this a bit, obviously, it's a bad time in history. If you can convince the lowest white male that he's better than the best black male, you can pick his pockets without him noticing. Hell, if you can look down on someone, he'll empty his pockets. And that's pretty much how the world works. Scapegoats and that. The side effect of this, if you have a minority that's been marginalized and this has happened, you know, and then let's say, you know, it's like a dog, you know, when you poke him in a cage and then you let him out and then you wonder why he bites you, you know. But I would just judge a person by their actions, you know. I've seen this across so many countries, you know. But just like what they're doing today, you know, where they'll get you to, you know, kind of distract you with this kind of thing. What is it now? Social issues and identity politics and culture wars and all that stuff. When there's no difference between any of those, you know. That was a horrible time, yeah. But it's always been a go-to. You know, if there's problems, we would blame someone. Not as individuals, as a government. Or people looking for votes. We had it here again with a despicable character. But his name was Kenny, Enda Kenny. Ex-school teacher, career politician, coming from a long line. But on one of his kind of private fundraisers, you know, it got out to the media and then was hushed up pretty quickly. But I'll have to say allegedly. Allegedly, he said there was a certain minority here, and he said if he was elected, he would tag them like cows. That's chilling. To a round of applause. It's strange too what people will say and what people will do. And I think only when it hits home do most people realise, when policies affect them, you know, when it goes too far, you know. It's a strange situation, but it's an old situation, you know. Yeah, like tattoos. Yeah, he got a round of applause for that one. These same people go to church and, you know, consider themselves to be pillars of the community. I would have a problem with a person if they did something. You know, out from that, I don't care what their background is. I don't care what their religion. You know, if they committed a crime on me or a despicable crime, sure, yeah. You know, judge by actions, not by words. But it's been used far too long to separate and divide people. You know. Were frozen, seized. Yeah. People were locked up. Innocents were pepper sprayed and rubber bullets were used. Some were trampled. That's a horrible situation. In a situation where if you were the kind of person who wanted to break a country and take over, well, you'd have to break it first, wouldn't you? But the people in such bad conditions don't accept any of your terms. But strange times indeed. But I think there's a lot of checks and balances that need to be reassessed. A lot of powers that need to be, let's say, lessened, I think. I think the old rules for democracy from centuries ago does not imply they don't travel well in the modern age of social media. Yeah, I think a lot of things will have to be looked at. But I mean that across the board, everywhere. Anything is possible, guys. Oh, I hate this part because I can't slide on one section. Hang on. See what I mean? That might work. Yeah, that's not too bad. I think we can go for that. Not the worst. I just don't have... Yeah. It's still really... Yeah. Well, there's one thing that always kind of runs true, I suppose. You know, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Eventually, you know. But things always go through a phase. And when they do, any cracks in the system will always show up. Just the way it is. And again, I'm not talking about any one thing or any one place in particular. I'm talking about the entire system globally, you know. There's weak spots everywhere. And I just said it in reference to, you know, let's say how certain minorities are looked on. Most people would pass an opinion on a minority, never having really even come in contact with them. And yes, there are bad people from those communities, just like, you know, every other community. They're all human beings. The same potential for greatness or badness than everyone else. Media and certain organizations tend to pick out the exceptions in these communities to vilify them. This I've learned from history. You know, you don't have to watch media for that one. Paid protesters, my. I wonder would somebody pay me? I could do with another check. We'll get outside of BGS and we'll start protesting the really bad games we're making. All we need is someone to back us. And then we're good. We might get the price of another game from it. There's some interesting stories in the 60s in movies and literature. Yeah, pretty much. Really? I'll be okay. Who's going to touch an old guy? I'll just bring my Zimmer frame. I'll be good. There we go. Okay, we'll just put the other two beds on the other side. We'll get rid of them and then we're good. We'll get into that other quest. We won't do too much. I could probably do this on my time later. I've, in the past, worked with organisations and that, you know, and I've seen firsthand the effects of marginalisation and, you know, through generations. I worked at one organisation where a minority, let's say, had 7 times the suicide rate, you know, of the rest of the population. I remember one time in particular, there was a checkpoint, police stop here in my country. And, you know, this minority was coming through, indigenous, we did mention them, travellers. So, guy, his wife, and a little baby, 10 months old. There's at the time, I think it was the 90s, we're going back quite some time. And there's a national database here, database for suspected criminals. So you'd have to be doing something nasty to get on this. But the cop who was checking them out put the man and the woman for no reason on the database. But he also put the 10-month-old infant on it as well. Imagine that kind of mindset, guys. Wouldn't it be hard to justify this kind of thing, or the kind of mindset it would take to do that? Imagine having to work against this and knowing it. You know? Imagine that. What a despicable thing. Sickening. Yeah. So, imagine having all of these obstacles and knowing it as well. No wonder you've got a suicide rate 7 times higher than average. So you know what happens to, in a situation like that, there's going to be substance abuse, there's going to be a lot to try and get you through that one. I remember one lady doing an interview from that community, and I think in the space of 15 years, 23 members of her family, you know, uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, cousins, out as far as cousins, 23 members of her family committed suicide. What a horrible situation. Nice, sounds good. So, okay, well, that was depressing. We'll change the subject, but still, you know, just a fact. Now that we fit this one in. No, we didn't. Okay, we just get this one in and then we're good. I remember here, no, I don't want to keep the conversation going, but up until the mid-90s, we had segregation in schools. Yeah? Yeah. For those people, they would be put in a different section. The local establishments would have signs going right back to like it was like the 1800s. You know, stuff like, what was it again? There was a cinema, or bars, or certain stores. No dogs, no travellers allowed. Imagine that. Imagine that. An absolute blemish on any society. An absolute blemish. Sure, you know, you've got a private business. You know, you have the right to refuse service. You know, even if it is, you know, you are a racist. But to be so blatant, you know. But I do think once full integration here with the EU, yeah, that had to stop. But it just kind of went underground, you know. But as I said, racism is everywhere. And there's always going to be some minority that gets the hit. It's usually the smallest, weakest one. It's like the bully in the schoolyard kind of system, you know. Always gonna be. But I've always believed that that kind of attitude not only hurts the minority, but hurts you as a person, you know? Now, if someone does you wrong personally, or they commit a crime, sure, don't like them. Or say your piece. We are all responsible for our actions. It's make-believe. Well, it's quite a beautiful dream then. It's a really beautiful country. Yeah, you see what I mean? What is it all with the last pieces you're getting in? Place always seems to give you trouble. Let me see. Yeah, see, I can only slide it, and that's a problem. This is enough to drive anyone bonkers. Here, let me just get up here. I might be able to slide it in this way. You see, I've got to... Oh, for goodness sake. See, if I move it that way, it just opens up on a hinge. Like that, and that's no good. So I've got to guess in one, and then we push the other one. I might have to do the other one again. I'm getting too old for this, guys, you know that. manage this if you didn't have to kind of spin it on a hinge. That's the only way I can do that, and it's going to open it up at the wrong angle. Come on now, Croc. There we go. There we go. Now I think we have a chance. I think we just go over the line a tiny bit. There, that looks good. There, that looks perfect. Yeah, that's spot on. That's not bad at all. Not bad at all. Sure, Mike. No, not really. There's just a few bad ones. You know. Some people just go through a phase. Just normal enough. Oh, hi Phoenix. And how have you been? You got a ride to the devs to make them... Yeah, double beds. Would be nice. No, I just needed a room to kind of get them in. One was looking a little bit too Spartan. Yeah. So, what you been up to, Phoenix? How have you been? Anything interesting with you? So yeah, we're just killing a little bit of time on this. We're going on to another quest. Just till I get some of this out of the way. So, all we need to do is this table. Oh, hang on. I had those jellyfish thing and a different thing, and they told me I was only allowed 10 per base, so I kind of cancel that one. Oh, why do I keep doing that every time? Hang on. There. Now. This one is a little bit trickier. See, if I slide to the side, you see how it goes out? So that's... you really have to... There, that's not too bad. Come on now, come on. There. I know it's nasty. Okay. Why just get this one? But yeah, I think I need a psychiatrist. I could do this for hours. It helps me to... how could I put this? Empty my mind. I think that one was off a bit. No. Not really. Yeah, they're good. I don't know, but well, finish it with the table, guys, and then we get out of here. Do that quest. Mainly tired. Allergies. Oh, well, hopefully they'll get better. But the time of year is coming all right, Phoenix. Now, I want to do something like this, obviously. This will be our crew quarters. So, yeah, there's only 6 of these large rooms, so apparently I'm allowed 10. So, there. Just leave that there for a moment, and then might as well get these around here and leave them for a moment. I can move them later. But yeah, 10. It's probably something got to do with overloading the whole thing. You want somebody putting 200 of these on a base. Now let's see if I can remember where this guy goes. Yeah, this is... I think it's roughly around there, but we'll see in a moment. I'm looking for an excuse to use this table, but I will need a little touch of something later, I'd say. Let me see, did I push that other guy in enough? No, not even close. It's pretty close. Yeah, it is. We line up this guy here. That's kind of not bad. You know me, guys, now. Yeah, it's gotta be centered, but... yeah, I think that would do it there. There. Ah, sugar. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna drive me nuts. I have nothing to really go by on this. Okay. I have no marker line to kind of guide me on this. It's not a biggie, I just like to get everything perfect if I can. You know what? Okay. Now I know it's not far enough. Maybe it is. Hang on now. There we go. That's good. Okay. That's finished until I maybe find some other decorations or something I can use. That's finished. That's finished. And that's finished. So there's 3 more left. Well, they're partially done here and there. Then I can move out to the mess hall and then join them up eventually. So, let's do this quest, guys. They who returned. Self-constructed circus. Investigate the hijack source. Cool. Consult with a galaxy map. Okay. Now, let's see what we have here in the freighter. Is there anything here? Now we've got to check the guys we have out as well. Exosuit. We're good, we're good, we're good. Right, let's go. Or just check the freighters. Send them out again. Well, that's halfway there on the decorating anyway. I was hours at that today. Oh, hang on. Did I even send them out? I did. I did. No, he's not back yet. He's still got 2 hours. This guy was on a shorter mission, I think. No. He's got 24 minutes. We're good. Okay, let's do a save. We pick up this quest. And we'll do our little thing. Now, this is the one I haven't got a clue what this one is about. Nah, I've come across the little pieces before. You fill them up with that junk, but nothing happens, so obviously we needed this quest. So, as far as I know, this is to get us the engine, so we can warp straight to the kind of purple galaxies, I think. Or something like that. Yeah. Atlantium. Or Atlantia drive or something. A new engine. Okay. I'm gonna call this in later, but this is on the pirate system, isn't it? We might not be able to... Well, yeah, we might have to do this the hard way. I'll have to get this out of the pirate system. Yeah, you see what I mean? It would just lead me to the pirate systems. Okay, we get out the hard way. We get to a new galaxy, we'll call in the freighter. But that's it, this is coming along. I didn't expect to make it so big, but why not? Yeah, I might only ever build once on this game. So let's make it count, I suppose. I got that one on my first try, that S. I found 2 since. I've got tons of these, but wouldn't take them because I already had one. But one thing is eluding me, and that's the S-Class Sentinel. But I'll get it eventually. Now, so, where is the quest? E. That's a problem, isn't it? Might be in trouble now. Are we in the right system, for starters? I think we are. Oh, it can be any more than 1,000 light years away. Yeah, that's weird, guys. Maybe we're in the wrong system, are we? That's the guys I just sent out, but... Oh, come on, there's gotta be a better way of finding this. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I knew that system. There it is, there. It should be in this one here. I forget the name of that place we brought it up. I wonder, can we restart that little stupid quest? It should have been in around this little cluster. Or was this the one I was doing earlier? Yeah. That should be a better way of finding quests you kind of left earlier. Here. What was I doing all the way over here? Let's just get out of this system anyway. Let me go back to another system we were in before this one. Nope. There. I actually meant to keep that stupid freighter there, so I wouldn't lose track of it. But then again, you know, it's just a matter of... With the other one, we kind of lost our way and we could restart the quest. Let me see. A light from the eye, I can't find it now. Yeah, it says reach the marked location to investigate. Reach the remote location. So consult with the galaxy map. Yeah, well, we've been doing that. I know your eyesight might be better than me, guys, but can you see a marker for that? Oh, sugar. I can't find it. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is, you silly little thing. I knew it wasn't that far, within 1,000 light years. There should be a better system. You should be able to automatically warp there, I suppose. There we go. Okay, let's go for it. Got it. Now I'll get something to drink. Crisis averted. Either way I would have eventually finding it again somehow. Now... Of course. Oh, this should be interesting. I haven't a clue what this is about, but apparently we'll get our engines from this. Our engine. The usual thing, it'll make us run for about 1,000 units. No, not too far. Yeah, let's get that while we're here. Oh, that's salt. I don't want salt. What am I getting that for? That was kind of silly, wasn't it? Right, how many animals are on this planet? 6. Yeah, we might be able to do it while we're here, I suppose. Maybe. That's not a lot on this planet here. I definitely want that. Not that, the other one. Yeah, only because of that tainted metal. Sometimes you'll find it, but... Oh, I think I've yet to find it on these ones.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
Oh, guys, look! Look what I've found. Oh, that's a classic, isn't it? Look what I've found. I think there's like 2 on every planet tops. Chances of landing here like this. Oh. We'll get a free ship out of it anyway. This is only a 2-star. The chances of finding an S are like 1,000,000 to 1. Now we're kind of lumbered with it, aren't we? Yeah, we'll go for it. Why not? Uh, 179, I think. No. Do you know what? I am absolutely silly, aren't I? I thought it was 179. 1, 7. Oh, no, it's not minus. Okay. 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 It's actually that one there. There we go. Yeah, we'll get that out of the way. Wouldn't it be a scream on this planet if I found what I was looking for? After going through all those pirate systems. With apparently a 5 times better chance. But I doubt it very much. Oh, that's a bad sign anyway, for starters. Yeah, what were the chances of landing here? No, I'm not going after those. Who's my ship? Let's get out of here. Yeah, we'll get this done as quickly as we can. We're still on that other quest.
Storm clearing.
Alright, let's see what this guy is like. Oh, he's a good bit away as well. They usually are. Even if this was a good design, the chances of finding a nest on a 2-star planet, no matter how I grind it, it's remote, to say the least. Oh, I'll grab this guy real quick. First time I've ever found one of those camps with a scanner. I'm expecting this to be rubbish. And I don't think I'm disappointed. Ah, yeah. Well, it's definitely gonna be a... I've seen one... Oh, that's horrible. That's my least favorite shape in these. This is guaranteed a C. A B. Surprised. That will be scrapped. Like 9 out of 10, to be honest. The design is like that. It's horrible. Oh, hang on, I've done that already. That was stupid. Guys, I think there might be some kind of bug or something here, is it? Shouldn't we, yeah, shouldn't we, make the ship... Okay, maybe it did. Yeah, usually there's like a burst of energy. Maybe that didn't happen. Let's see for a moment here. Let's see if the other marker has come up. Where's the ship? There should be another similar one. You know, I'm at a loss now, to be honest. No. That's just stupid, to be honest now. First time I've ever had a bug out on me. Oh well. Yeah, that's supposed to send me to a monolith. Oh, the stupid shards. I must have chopped them up. That's my fault. Yeah, I must have accidentally chopped them up to shards. I forgot about those guys. It's not a bug, it's me again. Oh, that's weird. I meant to chop these up, so that's stupid. I chopped shards up, the wrong ones. My fault. Absolutely my fault. That's so stupid because I had a ton of them. Silly Billy. Yeah, I meant to get rid of those radar dish things. I got those by accident.
Toxic protection falling.
Oh my god.
Units received.
What is that? I gotta have him. I haven't taken a companion yet, but where could you put something like that? That is something really weird. Reminds me of the old Greek legend. Actually, it walks a little bit like my sister-in-law. Maybe it could be related. Well, that is one of the unusual ones. Nah, we won't bother. I haven't even tried the companion thing. Can we get rid of him? I'll see it later, but that is unusual. Guessing it's a way you can call it in to make a farm, I suppose. There. Now that should be enough. What is that anyway? No, we haven't got time for that. So. There we go. Yeah, it won't let you do that unless you have the shards. I accidentally took the shards out. Yeah, I meant to take these guys.
Technology recharge.
Right, let's get out of here. But that is by far the most unusual element I've seen. You know what? Yeah, I think I'll feed him and see if I can, whenever I'm making a farm, see if we can find some way of, where is he? There he is. Oh, I've got to make these pellets, don't I? That seems to be a young one there. Adopt as a companion. New creature, creature named whatever it is. So, Animal command. This is the first time I did this. A creature has become your companion. You can adopt up to 6 creatures as companions. Manage companions in the menu. Companions will be summoned to accompany you on planets, where they can help you find and collect resources. Feed a pet to customize your friend by interacting with it. Well-nurtured companions may even lay eggs. Oh, so that's where you get that stuff. Well, we won't be nurturing him for a while. Adopt all the pets. I was eventually going to get into the farming part. I know zero about it. But interesting. So, how do we get rid of him? Ah. How do we get rid of this guy? Okay, it should be in this. Not really. Yeah. Nah. Okay, we'll just leave him here. Now he won't get out of my way. I have created a monster. Yeah, I don't know how to do it actually. These controls. Obviously there's some way of getting into this. Log. No, it wouldn't be in here. No. There's 0 about this. Yeah? You're welcome to it. Yeah, collected. I don't have that clue. It said that we could, yeah, I'll figure it out later. Yeah, I don't know, how do you find it? Yeah, that's just that. So everything is on this one here, so that's basically everything. Yeah, well, we know what that is. That's options. There's the log, that's just the quests. Oh, I know where it is. It's down here. Yes, I remember seeing it here. Because I went into it too many times. Yeah, it's in this one here somewhere. Access bait box, neutron gesture, change secondary weapon. I've seen it here somewhere. Toggle torch. That's strange. I'm nearly sure I've seen it here somewhere. No. Yeah. I think I've seen it down here. Something. There it is. Creatures. Dismiss. Yeah, there it is. I can dismiss them. Perfect. Now I know how to do it. There it is. Yeah, I went into it accidentally a few times. Just didn't really get into it. I had too much to do. But I will later. I just had to collect that guy. It was really, really unusual, you know? I don't know, he just reminded me of the Minotaur from my legend. And he's about the uniquest one I've seen so far. Yeah, interesting, to be honest. He's a lot smaller than the other guys. He'll probably grow. But I don't know if that game is that complex, to be honest. Can I? Oh, that's cool. I'll have to do that. Yeah, I just hadn't really explored. What I wanted to do was kind of take it kind of, you know, like kind of one step at a time. You know, into the exploring into that. Then it was the freighters, and I was eventually going to get around to the farming, and then the underwater stuff. I must go in there later too and buy some more slots. Just wanted to kind of hold back on it a bit. Make a little farm somewhere, I suppose. Make it bigger. Oh. No, that guy is kind of okay. Yeah. That's what the egg thing is for, yeah. On the anomaly. For a while I thought it was for the ship, to be honest. Yeah, it said if you treat them right and feed them, blah blah blah, they'll do an egg. Hmm. Yeah. But you can create a farm as well, isn't it? Maybe that's just with your companions, I suppose. I haven't really looked into it yet. I'll experiment with it a little later. Ah, there's so much in this. Although I did like the stuff on Valheim. You know, the trapping them and all that stuff. And the 1-star, 2-star, 3-stars, that was cool. There. Yeah, I just stumbled on that, so that's why I took it. Couldn't leave it behind. It was the first time I've ever found the camp using my scanner. Just blind luck, I suppose. Now let's collect that and then we'll do our thing. And that's about the uniquest little guy I've seen in the game so far. That's cool, you can dismiss him as well. While the farm works, nice. No, I didn't really get into it, but I will eventually. This is a horrible ship, but yeah, we'll take it anyway. But it shall be going to the scrap heap. I think I might have an overflow of them that I'll have to scrap shortly. Okay. What's that? 4 of 6? It's no biggie. Okay, where is my ship? I'm not even going to bother with that. God, it's so tempting, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, it's just too close for me to ignore, guys. But my shields are fairly decent. I don't think they can do too much damage. I still gotta be careful. Now we'll let this blow over for a little bit. Oh, sugar. Oh, sugar. Okay. That's good, they're gone. Oh. Because of that egg quest, I've got too many attachments on this. I'll have to get rid of some of them in a minute. There. Right, let's go, guys. Let's carry on with the quest. Good morning, Lars. And how have you been? Well, I hope. Yeah, it's a pity that egg quest was in 4 stages. It's a bit much, isn't it? I thought I was on it for 3 stages. Over 3 days, I thought that was it. Right, okay. Now, we're on this autophage quest, or whatever it's called. Let me just get rid of that. Auto quest, yeah. There it is, they who returned. Right, let's get it. Oh, that's good. Nice, your first coffee, yeah? Cool. Yeah. I don't know what way this is gonna go, but I think we get the engines from this, don't we? It's been kind of hampering me a bit when I've been going to the center. And this has a pretty decent hyperdrive range. Oh, that's too far away. Let's zoom in. So, let's see what this is about. Oh, you're kidding me. Another one. Oh, or is this the one we started off from? Oh, we're gonna find out in a moment, aren't we? No, this is the one we started off from, so we're not too bad. Yes. Yeah, so that means there's only one on the planet, guys. And I managed to land right beside it. What was the chances? Ah, same mechanical voice. Blah blah blah. Whatever it sounds to me, no words, language to understand. Scan the head. Always scan the head. Okay. So you don't understand. Offer that. Offer that. I knew it was that. Had to be. I do not trust the head. But these coordinates seem to be my only two towards understanding. Trying to communicate. Okay. Okay, we'll go with it. Oh, what is that? Nah, we're not going after those. It's too much of a grind. Yeah, if I was looking for those, I wouldn't find them. Right, let's get this quest done. Oh, hi, OMG. And how have you been? Oh, we still got an hour and a half, guys. Surely we get... I don't know, how long would this go on? Goes on. Some of these go on forever, don't they? Okay. Oh, of course, it has to be one of those. Oh, wow, okay. Oh, they're going to send us on some kind of a journey, is it? Apparently. Oh no, it is a monolith. Oh, okay. Kind of weird. That's another type of entity. Okay. Okay. Stay in the present. Oh. Okay. I didn't know there was another language, guys. No, that's interesting. It must be some kind of set piece. I don't think they'd expand on that one, would they? Yeah. It's just one-time thing, I think. Yeah, I think it's a one-time thing. There we go. 1 to 16, whatever that is. Okay, we gotta converse with that guy again. Right. So, how's your day been, OMG? Anything interesting with you? Oh, at least there's some shelter in here. Oh. Okay, we just get that. Not too bad. Nice. Oh, nice. I kind of tired myself, to be honest, but yeah, for the last few months, a lot more tired than usual. Ah, repair. Oh, what did he just say, guys? Ah, sugar. I forget the numbers that came out. I didn't take, hang on, we have a reload. Ah, I wasn't paying attention. There it is there. 1217. Okay. They have this idiot proof anyway. 1217. 12 1 7. Okay. Hello, pre-built entity. Okay. Blah blah blah. Introduce yourself. Fascinating. Yeah. Nice. It's been nearly 4,000 years since your last. Okay. Well, true, I suppose. Ask about the pre-built entity. You are biological. Yeah, the growth of your shell is automated. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, confront about the hijack. Excuse me. That was you. Yeah, that was me. An accident. Okay, alive but not free, enslaved to a hive mind. Hmm. We intend to liberate the imprisoned. We intend no harm upon independent pilots. Yeah. This has nothing got to do with the other guys then. Okay. Tummy pre-bent. Okay. Absolutely. Confirm. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, tell me your own language. I theorize you must have exited their transition. You must have entered the something portals. Confirm. Okay. You were there. Something foretold the disruptor. We're looking here for the... Okay, blah blah blah, continues. Yeah, this is going on, isn't it? Hmm. Oh, there's more than one. Ah, here we go. We get the bill of something. Consider this, okay. New technology. Scan. Okay. An attachment for as a device to detect. And the code. The cloaking signals. Yeah. Oh, runaway mold. Sugar. Well, I have some in storage, actually. I have some in storage. Yeah, all of this stuff I have in storage. Good, 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 good. So, we'll have no choice but to bring in our ship, I suppose. Well, this wouldn't be much of a problem anyway. We'll put it here.
Technology installed.
Now, what do we need? The mold, and we need that. I have that on the ship. Yeah, we know about that. One moment. Okay, there's no point in waiting around then, I suppose. Let's call in our ship. I want to bring in the anomaly as well. I have some guns and junk to scrap. We might as well make a job of it and clean out the trash. Actually, I'll just get this over with first and then we'll clean the trash out. Okay, we're too close here to the planet. Yeah, let's get out a bit. Okay. That's not good either, is it? Oh, for goodness sake, here. Let me just get out of here. You know what, when it rains it pours, doesn't it? Okay. What's this, just a vendor, is it? Okay, let's see what he has. Absolute junk. Yeah, let's get past this cloud of junk. Okay, now let's see if we can call this guy in. Ah, come on. Okay, let's get out of here. About time. Yeah, I've got some junk I want to get rid of anyway. We'll do it from the space station. And we'll use the teleporter. easier than walking up all those steps and all that stuff. Yeah, I've got all the junk on the ship. Because I want to see anywhere this guy restocked, but it actually takes them ages to do that. And then there's the stupid settlement as well. We'll have to keep a look on that. Let me see. Yeah, okay, we'll see the visitor first before we do anything. We'll get him out of the way. And then we can warp straight back here. Oh, my doggo is awake. Hello, Rex. Huh? Oh, who wants a hug? You want a hug, yeah? Just wake up. You're a good doggo. You are. You are a good doggo. You're the best doggo. It's too early. I still got an hour. Then we'll watch some TV, okay? One more hour. Yeah. Watch the headphones. Good dog. I know, you're a great dog. I know. You are as well, Toby. You are, yeah. Two great dogs. Two great dogs. Yeah, it's a good dog, Tubbs. You're a great dog. You can't sit there, I'm playing. You can't sit there. Here. Alright then, I'll give you one hug. Just one. Now, you got your hug. Now you got your hug. Right, now guys, no, you know I'm streaming, come on. Come on, I'll be with you in a moment, just give me time. Yeah, once they wake up, they just want to play all the time. Okay. We'll take his warning. You're better off just agreeing with all these guys coming in. That is, what do you get? Yeah, we've been blessed by happiness too many times. Now, let's get back to that. Where was it? That one there. Now, just give me 1 second, guys, while we're fast traveling back here. Just check their dish to see if they got enough water. Yeah, it's okay. I just freshened it up a bit. Got him some new stuff. So, okay. Let's see. So, yeah, we just came here. We're gonna go straight back to that other thing, isn't it? What's that? Multi-tool. Okay. Yeah, well, we've got that somewhere else. Okay, let's push back on that other quest here. That one. Get us runaway mold. Blah 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 blah. Okay, right back to the ship. We'll do this. I think it was a great addition, the freighter. You're calling it in with all your junk as well, without having to build a large base. It's pretty decent. Now, yeah, it's on the multi-tool, isn't it? There it is. There we go. Perfect. Return to the camp and sweep. Okay, we'll do that in a second. Yeah, that's about everything on that, I think. Yeah. It actually helps a little bit as well. This stuff, guys, you see this animus beam? And that one there, I'll have to take them off. Yeah, they were just for a quest, and now I keep mistakenly using them. Nah, we'll leave them for a while. It's not a biggie. I've got some junk to get rid of, don't I? Yeah, okay, we're here, we'll get rid of it. Why not? We'll clear out our inventory a little bit. There's something missing from there, all the shards. I think I have some of them in... No, I think I got rid of them, didn't I? Yeah. No, I didn't. I didn't. There we go. All the rest is just sellable junk. Right, we're good to go. Oh, hi Johnny, and thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome raiders. And how have you been, Johnny? And what have you been up to? Excuse me. We're just doing this autophage quest from No Man's Sky. So I'm a total newbie at this game, but it is a very, very enjoyable game. And having a ton of fun playing this. So I took a break from fixing up my freighter base for a moment. And I'll do it in stages because it's, you know, I'm doing a pretty big build on it, so can be kind of repetitive and grindy. But I'll give you a quick look at what I've been doing so far on this out from the quest file. That's my storage, obviously. But I do like to grind on these games, alright. So this is where you build from here, from the... I'm sure you're familiar with it. Yeah, where are we going? Wrong way. This way, yeah. Yeah, so that's the start of it here. So I've got all of the other rooms here. On this one, all 5. So storage there. And then on this side here, I've got the 5 terminals I need for the fleet missions. And then here I've just got some refiners, some stellar refiners, and obviously the teleporter. Weapons in here, and exosuit and something else in here. And as we go to here... Oh, that's good. Division 2, nice. This, yeah, this... If you're talking about this game, yeah. Really good, yeah. Unbelievably good. Well, it's got so many things you can do on this. You know, from questing to farming to underwater bases. You know, for something that was so hugely dependent on procedural stuff, they did a fine job. You know, they did a fine job indeed. There was a few slight bugs I found my way around, nothing I couldn't handle. If you're a BGS games player, you'll be pretty familiar with finding your way around bugs. It's part of the deal, isn't it? But not too bad, you know. Powering this up was a pain until I realised that they're kind of bugged, so I used the walkway as well. So that managed to distribute the power. You know, get these things growing here. And then down here I've been working on a large crew quarters. Probably a mess hall, and then I'll leave it. You know, once I finish these. So this is about half done. You can hold squadrons, fighters, although they're just really aesthetic. They don't have much. And there's a fleet as well. You send out on missions, a little bit like the Kenway's fleet, you know, Black Flag kind of thing. But you'll get them strolling around here after they do their missions. So this still has to be done. So a large mess hall or something on the other side, and then I'll hook up the other two. Yeah, so this I haven't even really started yet, so I will extend this and then I'll do the same. They need more pieces like this, but, you know, apart from that, pretty good. So that's what I've done on this so far. I started the base and I never got around to finishing it. That's back on the home planet, on another system, another galaxy. So let me see about this quest here. Oh yeah, we fixed all that, guys, didn't we? Scanner harmonizer installed. When it comes sweep for all the virtues in the scanner, and then pushing down on the left stick. Okay. Well, that's decent. Okay, let's do this. I think we're in the right system here, aren't we? Okay, we'll go back here. And we'll see what we can do with this. Oh, and sorry, welcome raiders. Yeah, I find this very, very immersive, and you know, I kind of lose track sometimes. Right, let's get back. The quest can drag a bit, but you know, the same can be said of most games. There's so many different things to this game, you know. Even with the freighters, you know, I managed to get a top class 1 and S. You know, the upgrades, and yeah, it really kind of spins out. Oh, not that guy. Oh, for goodness sake, okay. Okay, we'll see what you have. No, I had to stop. I didn't know who he was. Sometimes you'll get something more interesting. To cook and fish, yeah. I think that's something though that's kind of optional, really, isn't it? Probably. Oh. Oh, that's weird. Oh, look at this. Whoo. Oh, this is something different. Yeah, for some of the specialized stuff you'd have to do it. Yeah. That is really weird. This must have been some of the latest edition, was it? They're carrying some kind of staff. Don't know if it suits the game, but it does look interesting. Welcome, pre-built. You are the disruptor. Ask about Harmonic Camp. This is weird. Let's camp together. We are a whole structure, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. Okay. Although my translation, I agree. Just what they're telling me. It's constructed as are their bodies. Okay. Is that it? Speak to another inhabitant. Yeah, we know that. They're actually cloaked, apparently. Oh. I missed one. Oh, well, that's nice. Here's another guy, is he? Oh, ship disruptor. Ask about Harmonic Camp. Okay. Oh, come on. Somebody's got to tell me something. Ask about Harmonic Camp. Oh, you're kidding me. Ah, I see. Nada. Okay, this guy knows nada. So we know where we're going now, don't we? Yeah. We gotta bring in the anomaly and talk to that guy. So, let's have a quick look here for a moment. I don't need any of that junk. Hang on, did this stuff spawn back, guys? No, I probably missed two of them. That's kind of weird. Oh, I think it spawned back. Okay, that's cool. If that's the case, we might get a shot at another ship. Yeah, we got a shot at this. This might be a new one. Okay, fair enough. We might as well take it while we're here, I suppose. No, I thought this was the same old camp. It spawns back pretty quickly, doesn't it? Yeah, there it is. It spawns back pretty quickly. Ah, it's a pretty short, why not? Yeah, so when you leave the system for a while, it spawns back. Yeah, very rapidly. That's good to know. If I found the planet with a ship I'm interested in, you know, I could make a little base here. Leave the system and I could farm it without using those other things. You know, just once you hack this once. Or I mean, yeah, without, we wouldn't have to use those echolocators. What's that? 6, 12, 1. Okay. Oh, we'll give it a shot. 6, 12, 1. We definitely have to get rid of those guns as well. Oh, we talked to that Nana guy. I think I'm at my limit for those multi-tools. Oh, what's that? Oh, this is new. What's Void Mo? Oh, yeah. What do we exchange them for? Oh! Whoa! This is a new one. Ah! Yeah, I've been kind of collecting them. I was wondering what they were for. I've got a ton of them. Okay, that's really weird. Oh, I see. Oh, that's kind of cool. Huh. Oh, it takes a lot. I wouldn't say I'd have enough for that. Oh, a staff. Huh. Okay, we can do that later. I wonder if it's here, guys. I'd say it's any of these, isn't it? Yeah, well, I'll get to it later. Yeah, I don't know, carrying around one of those, they look pretty horrible, don't they? Hmm. What's this staff assembly? What staff? Oh! Oh, right. Huh. Oh, you can make up your own staff. I see. Oh, I see. You've got to buy the pieces. Okay. Interesting. Now, okay, let's just get this ship. We'll see what that one is about. That I didn't expect. Yeah, I know I've been collecting those, but I wouldn't say I have enough to buy all that junk. There'll obviously be some way of getting more, I'd say, but let's get this and get out of here. I'm assuming I can do this at any station, so there's no need to put down any markers for this. So that's what they're for. I've been collecting them. Well, lucky I didn't saw them too, wasn't it? Yeah, well, God knows, you know, what this ship is like. It's probably rubbish. But once we go to Nada, we'll have to get rid of all that junk. Right, let's see what we've got here. Rubbish. Yeah, it's the same style as, well, I think it's the same planet, so it's rubbish. Oh, what is it with yellow and orange in this game? Yeah, it's even bigger rubbish than the last one. If that's possible. Oh, hang on, let's get that junk. We'll get this over with as quickly as we can. I think we have about a half a dozen ships we need to get rid of as well. At least 3. I despise that design. Oh, good morning, City. How are you? How have you been keeping? Yeah, we got this kind of weird quest. It must have been some of the kind of newer content, I suppose. Yeah. There we go. Maybe from the... not the last update, I suppose the one before that. Yeah, that was just a kind of bonus thing. We're getting rid of it before we carry on with the quest. But there's, every time I think I've gone through most of the content in this, it comes up with much more. Oh, good. Nice. Nice. Yeah, yeah. I've been collecting those emote things, or whatever they're called. But lucky I didn't sell them. You can trade them in at these machines once you're doing that quest for staffs and other stuff. Don't know how much of them I have, but I've been collecting them since the game started, or since I started doing these. You don't get much in each one, maybe 50, 60. I have a couple of thousand. There must be a way to get them faster, I suppose. But no rush for that one. At the last stage of the living ship quest as well, so I'll have to wait for 24 hours for the last stage. I went through 3, I thought that was it, but apparently there was another one. Oh,
Weather warning.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, the chat feed is working okay on this. But, you know, myself, I'm afraid to log out of Twitch. I haven't got an update from those guys in about 7 months. And I can't send messages from my direct messages on Twitch either because of it. Yeah. I'd imagine so, yeah. It seems to be pretty interesting so far. So I don't know what's going on with Twitch. I'm afraid to log out in case I don't get back in again. Might try it on another system. Oh, hi Friday. And thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome raiders. And how have you been, Friday? Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Starfield was a horrible game. You could only wish to be as interesting as this. You know, even this was done probably for a fraction of its budget. I do know it cost a fraction of its price. And nice to see you too. And how have you been, Friday? And sorry, welcome raiders. Yeah, we're doing this one here, and I'm just kind of taking this as a bonus and scrapping it in a moment. But I've been working on fixing up the freighter and that. And I suppose I'm about halfway through. Maybe I went a little bit overboard on the freighter, but... you know, first playthrough. What can I say? I have raid notifications, but no chat feed. Oh well, I hope whoever is there is having a nice time. Oh my! It's the same with Randy. No, the chat feed is here, it's perfect. Guys, close the app, close any windows you have, and come straight back in. It might be a problem with that. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that, guys. I thought it was a one-off with. Is anyone else having problems with the feed? Yeah, it might be a Twitch thing. I know they've been pretty iffy lately. As I said, I can't remember the last time I got an update from those guys. Oh, good, yeah. Yeah, this is junk. Right. I suppose I could do with the wiring loom. Recycle, guys. It's the way to go. Now, where's that other ship? Yeah, what is it with finding your ship in this game? Yeah, there's a ton of junk I gotta get rid of. Oh, I don't know about that. But if you can hear me, Randy, sometimes that happens on Twitch. Closing the windows that you've got opened on your device can help sometimes. And coming back in. Yeah. But, yeah, for some reason I haven't got a Twitch update in... You know, there used to be about one every month, every 2 months. And now it's gotten to the stage where I can't send DMs. So I'm thinking now if I ever log out of Twitch I might never get back in again. Though I haven't. Really? No, it's definitely Twitch, yeah. That would work if you picked up maybe some what do they call them? You know, those kind of spam bot things. Yeah. Tracker bots. Yeah. Yeah. And then you're wasting your time contacting quit Twitch. You know, because even when, you know, they were getting paid for it when I was an affiliate, before I gave it up, they'd just laugh at you, really. You know, they've got no respect for anyone, those people. But then again, they have no respect for their workers in the Amazon stores, do they? I've heard some horror stories about that. But I did have a grandnephew who was a driver for them once here. He said they're not a great place to work. But what I might do is, I think I've got an old Xbox somewhere. I'll see if I can sign in on that. That would be the way to go. And then I know if I can't sign in on that, yeah, stay signed in here. I never log off anyway. But because of not being able to set direct messages, I thought that maybe signing out and signing back in again would fix it. But when I thought about it a bit, you know, if I don't get back in, I'm pretty much buggered, you know. So I couldn't take the chance. Well, it's not too bad, you know. It's stupid Microsoft equipment audio. But if anyone sends me a DM, I can respond. It shows up for a minute, and then it just disappears. It's the same, let's say, on other things as well. I've got to use my phone for that. And using a phone for that, yeah, you know, it's kind of dodgy. I won't say I've got big fingers, but you know, they're normal size. But I think phones are made for kids. Yeah, the buttons are kind of all over the place. And I don't really do any typing on a phone. I've seen my grandnephews, and they can just twiddle away with their thumbs. I don't know how to do it. I just keep poking it with my fingers really slowly. Right, where are we going? What are we looking for here? That's the settlers. That's not the one we want. There's a returned. Oh yeah, we're going to. Yeah, okay, we're getting rid of the junk. Now, first of all, I'll go to the station and we'll scrap those unwanted ships in case we get out of room. Then we'll call in that one to talk to Nadia, and that's where we can scrap the multi-tools as well. Ton of them. But I remember a long time ago, Randy, it was about 10 months before that Mixer platform from Xbox. It was kind of streaming platform like Twitch. I was there about 10 months before it closed down. I'd had some problems as well, but it wasn't too bad. But yeah, I tried. Yeah, you remember Mixer? That was really nice, because I'll tell you why. It was mostly older people, you know. Yeah, there was a lot more percentage-wise, you know. But I was on Twitch for a little bit before that. But there was massive problems with Twitch at that time. That would have been about 4 years ago. Stuff like if anyone follows you, the second they stop watching, they were automatically unfollowed. Half the time I couldn't get a chat screen like now, and I started about 10 accounts trying to make it work, and then I just gave up. So then I went to Mixer. It used to be called Beam, you remember that? Yeah. It was there for a while beforehand. Microsoft, you know, they've always got the same approach. Throw tons of money at something, you know. They should have listened to that Beatles song, you know, money can't buy a love. But what they did was they kind of hired a lot of big streamers from Twitch, the likes of Ninja. Apparently he got 100 million. I treat it as, I don't know, just as a signing bonus. Shroud and Ewok and, you know, all of those bigger streamers. And yeah, it kind of worked in the sense that it brought in a crowd when they were here, for the few hours that they were here, and then they would just go back to Twitch. So the crowd didn't carry over. Now, most of them went. There would be a few trolls that were left to troll us on Mixer, you know. And yeah, they just blew too much money. What they should have doing was, you know, fixing up the platform a lot better, and to cater for, you know, the uncatered, you know, the kind of maybe the older viewers and stuff like that. You know, it would have growing over time. It would have been a decent thing now as well, you know, to kind of complement what they're doing with their games and that. But what I should have doing, instead of spending all that money, you know, on well, basically mercenaries, would be to, you know, maybe concentrate on the streamers they had. You know, maybe helping them out a bit, you know, when they call them up with a problem, to actually listen. And, you know, maybe give them some free games to give out or something like that. That would have going down a lot better, you know. But, you know, when Microsoft do something, they want to be number one today, yesterday. So that's why I'm thinking, you know, what they're doing now with the likes of buying up these companies like BGS and all the rest. You know, they might just... And they seem to be making the same mistake. They're throwing a lot of money at that as well, and it doesn't seem to be working out for them. You know. So, I don't know. You know, they could just sell off those companies in a heartbeat. Write it off the tax. So, we'll see where it goes anyway. No, I'm not even going to bother chasing him. You remember it used to be the old Beam platform? Oh yeah, we're calling in the ships, aren't we, and getting rid of them. Let me see. I didn't realise I could do this. I used to try and do it with the ships I found, but they were damaged, so I couldn't call them. But those ones I've been fixing up, you know, you can call those ones in. Until someone commented on it the other day. Oh, that's gonna go. It's not the worst, but yeah, yellow. And it is a C, so yeah, that's getting scrapped. We need to make room. You can't exactly sell them, but you can scrap them and sell the parts. It's back. Yeah. It could be suffering from some kind of, yeah, God knows what. But I would say it was some kind of thing you picked up maybe on your phone, but somebody else had it as well. The chances of that are slim. But yeah. But I remember here a few times we couldn't stream for an entire day, day and a half. There was serious outages. You know, there could have been some kind of outage in your area. You know, maybe the other person complained was, you know, being covered by the same system. Twitch has always been iffy. Oh, where's that other piece of junk I was looking at? What's this hunter? That's another piece of junk, isn't it? It is. I think it's exactly the same ship. Oh yeah, well, I've been here for quite some time. But there's always something major every year that will stop you streaming for a day or two. To lock the model of ship you encounter first. I found the pod ship first, and then all the pods after that. I checked like 14 planets, not sure if everyone had the same experience. Probably. Yeah, probably. This is rubbish anyway. Yeah, this is pure rubbish. Well, that... Oh yeah, okay. It's only worth 16 nanites anyway. Not that I need that junk, to be honest. I've got a ton of it. That one was a B. Just as bad. I've had some really bad luck with my Sentinel ship hunting. But then again, I couldn't focus on it 100%, I suppose. Now, 2 out of the way for the time being will do. Let's just sort this junk out of the way down here for a second. Just make a little bit of room. Oh, and we'll just sell that later in a 3-star system. Rightio. Right. Now we can go to what's his face. Perfect. Yeah, the spawning rate in this game is pretty strange, to be honest. Almost impossible to get a decent ship, in my experience at least. Especially the pirate systems, they're brutal. Somebody was saying there's like 5%. I've taken about 50 ships out, and I think 99% of them were a C. And not to mention the style and colour were horrible. That would be interesting, yeah. Yeah, player trade. Yeah, that would be interesting.
Warning. Threat detected.
Okay, where is that guy? He's a problem. Let's get rid of him. Oh, I hate these guys. They're all over the place. There you go. Ooh, that was a big explosion. Okay. Suspicious tank. Okay. Now, okay, I think we're good to go. So, what are we doing now? Oh yeah, we've got to see what's his face, isn't it? And we can get rid of those multi-tools while we're here. I've been relentless on that Quicksilver thing. You know, taking it out as quickly as I can to buy the decorations and junk I need. Now, I'd like a better system than this, to be honest, for changing weapons. Okay, what's that? Rubbish. Yeah, they're not worth much, but still. Once they're used, it's like 16 nanites, no matter what they were worth before. Which is kind of silly. This is the ideal opportunity to get rid of that backlog. For a while I thought I might be stuck with those weapons, until I discovered this by accident. Way back in the beginning. Yeah, we gotta get rid of 3 of them apparently. Okay, just one more. Yeah, you're wasting your time with those shard ones. I have like millions of those. You can only fit a certain amount on them. Oh, that's weird. There's 2 different types. Yeah, let's leave that there. I'll have a look at that in a moment. I thought there was only one type. That might be something there. Oh no, that's the suspicious life support module. That's different. Yeah, that's a different thing altogether. Yeah, they're just junk. Now, is that all of them? No, there's one more. Yeah, there it is. It's not bad, it's an A. That's still not good. Gotta go. No, that's the last one. We get rid of that and we're good. That is a lot of junk. That's it, we're ready. Now we're here to see what's his face. Nada, is it? Okay. He's out front. We've still got a half an hour, guys. We might make some kind of a dent on this, I suppose. I've always preferred the shorter quest, but I can understand in these, you know, when the quest drags. It's just not a guy. Okay. Well, okay, he wonders. They trail off, shaking their head. No, they will not wonder. Now they will understand. Okay. Of course. It always goes back to Polo, doesn't it? Hello, Polo. All he needed was a friend called Marco, and that was it, wasn't it? I'm sure that was part of the reason to call this guy Polo. Yeah. That's how to learn more. New project. Transmit suit data. Okay. I wonder what we're getting from this. Purple crystals. Oh yeah, this is where we get the engine, isn't it? The end of this quest line is very, very cool though. Nice. Can't wait to see your choices. Yeah. Yeah. They're gonna send me to somewhere. Some of the spots I couldn't warp to. I'm thinking we're getting an engine, isn't it? They would locate an echo seed. Locate an echo seed. In space, use the map plan. Okay. Okay. I don't know, this might open up some new junk on this. There's a lot to kind of keep up with in this game. That's why sometimes you're better off pulling back and kind of figuring out what you're doing. And be running from post to pillar. There we go. Gotta sell that eventually. Right, let's go. From what I've seen of the choices so far... Oh, okay. We've been pushed out somewhere. It's kind of more like an illusion of choice. I don't think anything would really directly affect much on this. That would take a lot of extra work on their part, I would say. But yeah, the choices can be fun regardless. In space. Okay. Okay. Why did it send me out here? Let's see where we are. Huh. Okay, we'll go to the space station. I think I was here before. I'm nearly sure I called in that, so it shouldn't have pushed me all over the place. Well, that's cool. Those other sponsor our shop now. I'll look into it a little later and see if I can pick up more of that junk. Will it? Yeah? So this has an impact. Nice. Yeah, let's see if we're here before. It's pushed us out here. I call that... usually it'll send you back to the system you were in. But I think we were. This guy will tell me anyway. Yeah, we were here before. Yeah. That's weird. I wonder why we went through that little cutscene. Now, let's have a look. Yeah. Well, with this one, yeah. Well, there's so much going on in this, and all of these indie games and the survival ones, you know, it's kind of one story and sticking to it. That I can absolutely understand, yeah. But every time there's a choice, right? So let's say you've got maybe 3 possible ways. So, from that part of the game then, they've got to change the game, you know, twice more. Well, I suppose maybe not a full thing, but you know, here and there. So there's a lot more work. Yeah. Unless it's something like you're falling out with NPCs, and I suppose that would be simple enough. Yeah. You know, like Fallout 4, where... which I used to do just to shut Preston up, you know, to go with the Institute. You know, because that guy is horrible, Preston. He's probably the buggiest NPC. I remember I stood away from him for a long time, and I had no choice. I had to go back to him to take the castle to get that quest. He spammed me with over a dozen settlement quests, Randy. He literally spammed me with over a dozen settlement quests. God, that game. And then you had that... then you had that lady that was always complaining. But I remember there was one guy, and I was watching him, but he had a habit of storing all of his Fat Man nukes in the workbench. And the Fat Man... what do you call them, those, you know, kind of bazooka thingies? And he had some kind of... Toby, don't be doing that. It's some kind of raid on the settlement. And I think it was the garage guy. What's his name again? It's been ages since I played Fallout 4. Sturgis. Yeah. He went to the bench, took out the Fat Man and his 200 nukes, and absolutely killed everyone on the settlement. He was raging. But it's the same in Skyrim. NPCs will pick up the weapons, you know. You're better off holding no ammo there. Yeah, yeah. But, you know, a reload would have fixed that. I've seen some pretty strange things on Fallout over the years, especially the, you know, you get the funny ha-ha bugs. And then you get the really bad ones. And the glitches with the fortune teller one, what was her name again? You remember her? And that chair. I was often, really, always very careful with that quest. Now, Mama Murphy, that's her name. But a friend of mine got a mod that made Mama Murphy, well, somewhat attractive. You know, she hadn't got those kind of crack smoking teeth and stuff like that. But that almost gave me a nightmare. That was so wrong in many ways. Complain about it, yeah. Yeah, that can be quite fun. Mama Murphy, Sturgis, yeah, Preston, and the other two. Marcy, was one of them Marcy? I think so, yeah. Okay, let's see, we've got 20 minutes, guys. Surely we'll make a dent in this in 20 minutes. These quests really go on. That's what I do as well, yeah. One hit away from it, and I farm all of the experience I can. Yeah. What was the last one? The last drug. Oh, I forget, but yeah, that's what I do as well. But I always have a massive persuasion at that time. Yeah. That's exactly what I do. Okay, so we're looking for this quest. Let's see if we got it, let's see if we got it highlighted. Yeah. Use the analysis visor to locate the sentinel echoes. Oh, sugar. I'm stupid. I thought it was in space. Yeah, it was the very first one I found. Zombie. Yeah, very first one I found. They're all basically the same, but they have different configurations. They're quite ugly. That was literally the very first one I found, and the very first pirate frigate I came across was an S, so I was pretty lucky. And how have you been? Yeah, I think I messed up. We need to go back to the planet, guys. Yeah, I thought we had to go to space. Yeah. Locate the dissident systems. That's why they sent me back, wasn't it? Scan individual planets in space. Oh, okay. Okay. This is what we need to do. Huh. Oh, hi. Hi, Jack. And thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And how have you been? Yeah, we're just on about our last 20 minutes. We've been doing this very confusing quest. So I'm trying to figure out what to do next. Yeah, this one here. And sorry, welcome, raiders. So how have you been, Jack? What were you up to? It just says here in the galaxy, scan individual planets. Oh. It's the planets, I see. Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, it's the one we just came from back here, wasn't it? How about this one? Okay. Yeah, well, it sent us back here, guys, so it must be here. But wouldn't it have been the planet we were on? Yeah, let's just see. That's the thing about these games, they can be kind of vague. Oh, for goodness sake. Come on. Okay, that one. Okay, that's not having it, is it? Sorry. Yeah. Back at Valheim. Nice. I must eventually get back to that. I haven't done the update yet. Making changes this coming week. Oh, I see. Changing something. Not too bad, thank you. I hope you've been well also. Hope you and the family are keeping well. Yeah, I've just been extremely tired lately, but, you know, that's the way it's always going to be, I suppose. But I'm still here. That's what counts, isn't it?
Hostile ships approaching.
Okay. This is one thing. One of the things I don't like about these kind of survival games is its vagueness. And this is not a great time to get a pirate attack. We'll take him out anyway, regardless. He's an annoying little guy, isn't he? That's it. Now.
Hostile ships defeated.
Oh, scan, for goodness sake. Oh, to be honest, I don't really know what I have to do now. Yeah, they believe that the contract spark to find peace might be found on a distant planet in the form of a... I think any... Oh, it's not any of them. Yeah. Oh, hi, Green Wiggle. Yeah, yeah. I think that's one there, is it? So anyone would do. Oh, on the worlds. Yeah, that's perfect, yeah. Just wanted to make sure. It's just they're always very vague. And I'm always paranoid about quests because of BGS. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, maybe. Well, they dropped me here anyway, so I'm guessing... Hang on, let's see. There's one way of finding out if there's a dissident planet on this one. No. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Any of them would have them. So it's just that kind of thing again we've got to get. Fair enough. Yeah, I was just kind of confused there on that one. Which is not a hard thing to do these days. Okay, let's find something new. So anyone. Well, it keeps it interesting, I suppose. Well, here's a pirate system, guys. But I've gone to the spies pirate systems. I've tried about 50 and the best I could get was a C-class ship. So let's get anything except the pirate system for a moment. There's one. And I won't have to grind it out because it's only a 2-star. So, any one of these. So it's one of the camps to get, I suppose. Now, let's find this planet. There it is. Do we land the guys, I suppose? Yeah, we probably land. Let's see. Locate is the system of the galaxy map. Oh, I wasn't reading it properly. That's me all over. Scan individual planets in space from the starship scanner to pinpoint a world. Use, yeah, we land. We land. Yep. I have a nasty habit of not reading something right. You know that. I'm too used to games, you know, kind of prompting me everything and... Yeah. Oh, not this guy again. Who's this? Oh, hang on. This guy's a bit different. Does he need help? What galaxy is this? Ship warp shoe? I don't know. To be honest. He's asking the wrong guy for directions. Yeah. Strange entity requires goods from... Oh no, hang on. Let's have a look. That's the goods from a remote world. Go on, pull the other one. Yeah, had I read it properly, it just told me to find the galaxy with this, and if I read down further... Ah well. Oh, not something like this. You got to be kidding me. Let's find some land. That's horrible, isn't it? Let me go find some land. I don't want to be caught out there. Hang on, is that the planet? Yeah, this is the one. I want to find some land. Yeah, this will have to do. We'll probably have to swim for God knows how long. Here, we'll land here, why not? We see if we can get the next stage of this quest done. Okay. So how far is that? 2 week. Oh, deploy beacon. What the? There's a whole herd here behind me. I think the whole farm is here. How many did I get? 4 of them. Okay, deploy a beacon. I think I've got one here somewhere. We dip in the waters. Yeah, I hate going on these planets. Where's that signal booster? That's the one, isn't it? Sentinel. Scanner harmonizer not mission is nearby. Activate target. Okay, what are they on about? Well, it's that way there anyway, so 2 week. I'm just gonna go for it, guys, you know that. Yeah. We'll just go for it. I've been messing about forever on that. Oh, hang on. There. Ah, you stupid. I was using the wrong thing. There, we're right here. I was using the wrong one. Okay, apparently we were right on it, wherever it is. Target in range. What exactly are we looking for? That! Okay, what does it want us to do now? Set as target in range. They're showing that thing there. There, let's read this instructions again. Blah 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 blah. Echoes. On arrival at the echo site, deploy the scanner harmonizer. Oh, yeah, I get it. I'm not reading it again. Ah! What the? There it is. So we just take that then, I suppose. Okay. Let's just see. Echo seed, that's it there, that's an echo seed. Okay, fair enough. Hijack laser, there's too many things on this. There's your echo seed. There you go. Okay, we made it through. We made it through. I keep forgetting about that invisibility thing. I don't know why I'm collecting these. Got a serious collecting problem.
Units received. Units received. Units received.
See if I can get these other guys here now.
Units received.
What's that? 6. There's 15 now. There's no way I'm getting these off this planet. But we'll see if we can grab a few of them before we go. Yeah, we just grab a few more before we go.
Units received.
Now that I have to check, guys. I know I'm going to be sorry for them. This is going to probably pull me into another scrap ship, but that I have to check. It is, I think. No, it's just one of the machines, I think. Just get something from this fridge here. There you go, we don't have long anyway. No, I'm good. Yeah, make sure that the back gate is closed, they don't get out. Okay, what's this? I think it's only one of the silly machine thingies, is it? Yeah, it is. That's not too bad. We'll just grab that and go. Now, what do we do? Bring the echo seed to Polo. Okay, Polo. No, we won't grind this out, guys. We're good. I've had my fill of that kind of grinding. Right, we'll call in anomaly. Yeah, we're a little bit over our time, but we'll see if we can get to a conclusion of this little bit. Oh, hang on. Yeah, this would be an ideal place to stop it. I've done my time and it says scan blah 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 blah, bring the seed to Polo, and that anomaly I can call it anywhere, because more likely I'll be doing a little bit of grinding, building on the ship today, and if I bring up the quest I might lose where it is. Yeah, forget where it is. So let's get right back. Oh, hang on. That's okay. We'll just get right back to the ship and drop this junk off. That would be perfect. Yeah, once it's with Polo, we're safe enough to advance that quest. Yeah, they might give me coordinates from this, and I might forget about them again. Whenever I have a half an hour, I tend to grind a little bit on this for the decorating and stuff. Maybe try another 4 or 5 little spots again for an S-Class Sentinel. Yeah, you know what it's like. Not enough time to do another stream, maybe a half an hour here, maybe 40 minutes there, kind of thing. Let me check this guy. Okay.
Product received. Product received.
It's weird, I thought I did this one here, but no way I'm keeping the glass. There. Right, let's get back to our freighter. We'll get rid of this junk and we'll just clean up a little bit. Oh, wrong one. Oh yeah, hang on, before I go. Let's see, is there anything available on that? They're kind of annoying, the settlements, to be honest. Yeah, okay, we'll check out the visitor before we go. And then go straight from there to the ship. So, let me see, what day was today, guys? Oh, I'm back on tomorrow. I am. Yeah, I'm actually streaming tomorrow. Yeah, I might be able to do a little bit of grinding on this, maybe get the decorating over and see if I can start on the other side. Get the freighter done. Yeah, weekend. Yeah, weekend. Didn't even realise it was the weekend, to be honest. Every day is the weekend for me. Right, we'll do this quick. Wrong one. Oh, we always have to help out a buddy. Now we should drop this junk. Well, at least we're up to speed with that. So the way we progress this is to talk to Polo. That's perfect. And the quest is kind of paused and no set locations. No way I can mess it up. How do we get out of here? I better finish this today if I can. And the crew quarters as well. Oh, let me see. Just get rid of some of this junk here. Well, that's part of the quest, so I'll leave that there. Yeah, that's the other stuff I have. I haven't even got 2,000 on that. I've just been collecting it from the camps, really. Yeah. I've been grinding out for more storage for this. You get them for free once you max out with some, but it's still kind of hard to come by. Yeah, they can still be pretty hard to come by. Yeah, I don't need those anymore. Tons of them. It's a pity you couldn't pass it on to other players, like someone was saying a while back with ships and things. Okay, what have I got here to get rid of? And the rest, I'm gonna give them away, that junk. Okay. That's it, guys. And the rest I'll sell later. Got a ton of junk to sell. Now, hopefully I will have cleaned up here properly. And, you know, made a big dent on what we've got to do here. On our crew quarters. Guys, yeah, my doggos are awoke now anyway. We'll get something done on this, guys. Stop it. Yeah, just as well I'm finished. Here, I'll save here actually. So hopefully when I come back tomorrow I'll have this done. We can start a little bit on the other side. We can join them up with a little outside walkway or something. Finish off the transporter room once and for all. I can get on with the quests and see about an underwater settlement and maybe finishing off that one we have. The terrain for building is horrible. But it was the same in Valheim, but you could terraform. You can terraform on this as well, but it's, you know, very unstable. It comes back too quick. You know, you just basically be underground in no time. So right, I will leave it here, guys. Thanks everyone for watching, for the raids and for the lugs. Appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow at the same time. And then off till Tuesday evening again. So, you know, always Tuesday, Friday, Saturday. And, yeah, in the meantime, I do a little bit of grinding on this just to stay sane. You know, gonna have something to do. So, we'll do the usual. We'll do a raid, we'll pop over, say hi to some of our friends. Again, thanks everyone for being here. So, goodbye City, Cyclone, Green Wiggle, Mikey, Suburban Werewolf, Phoenix. Have a wonderful day, guys, and take care. You too, City. Have a good one. And of course, thanks again for that raid, Jack. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good one. And you too. My pleasure, Cyclone. Have a great day. Also, thanks for stopping in, Nerdy Zombie. And of course, Randy, Hufflepuff, Tigger, and Terry. Thanks for hanging out, ladies. Have a great day. Have a wonderful day and stay safe. Let's see. And of course, Lars. Thanks for being here. Have a good one. And you too, DJ. And of course, thanks again for that raid Friday. I hope you have a great weekend. Let me see. And of course, Johnny, thank you too for that raid. Have a good one. Stay safe. And OMG, and of course Young. Thanks for, and Rate. Thanks for watching, guys. And Gazoo. Have a good one. And I think we mentioned Mikey, we did. Okay. Gazoo, and the Rate. That's it. That's everyone I can see. And you too, Randy. Take care. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a rest straight away. Absolutely. Looking forward to it. And I probably missed a few guys. If I have, my apologies, of course, to whomever I might have missed. Again, thank you all for watching. I appreciate it. So yeah, tomorrow it will be. Hopefully see you then. I'll see if I can get a little bit of grinding in this. Strangely enough, I know it's tedious, but it does help me to kind of clear my mind and relax. I know. We all have some kind of madness, I suppose, in some way. Yeah, mine seems to be this kind of grind, I suppose. Right, okay. Let's do this raid, and hopefully you'll bear with me for the tiniest of moments. So, right, let's see who's out there, guys.